Fairfax. Fairfax.
Here.
Fairfield. Lafayette.
Here.
Larkspur.
Here.
County of Marin. Katie.
Here.
Thank you. Martinez.
Present.
Mill Valley. Moraga.
Here.
County of Napa.
Here.
And all of his cities. Novato.
Here.
Oakley. Pinole.
Here.
Pittsburgh.
Here.
Pleasant Hill.
Here.
Richmond.
Here.
Ross. San Anselmo.
Here.
San Pablo. San Rafael.
Here.
San Ramon. Sausalito. Solano County. Tiburon. Vallejo. Walnut Creek.
Here.
Quorum established.
Okay, thank you. Next item is public, open time for public discussion. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on any item that's not on our agenda today?
I see no raised hands, Chair.
Okay, well, I'll take advantage of this to tell you very quickly. Several of us went to the Cal CCA gala on Saturday night. And I think the high point for us was that Dawn was the star of it. You know, they showed all these videos and talked about the history of CCAs in California and the history of Cal CCA, and Dawn was prominently featured, and we properly applauded her. But it was also interesting. There were staff and board members from CCAs up and down the state, along with a lot of vendors, including some of our larger vendors were represented there. And it was also kind of a old home week. Former board chairs Damon Connolly and Kate Sears were both there. And current board member Kevin Haroff was there. And of course, Dawn was there and Jamie Tuckey. So we had a great time, and I was going to say I look forward to doing it again, but that's my last one. Somebody else will enjoy that next year.
You may be invited as an honored guest.
Okay. Okay, so we don't have any further public speakers. So it's now time to vote on Assembly Bill 361. Do we have a motion on that?
So moved.
Okay, motion by Quinto,
I'll second.
second by Lawrence Galati. And do we have any public speakers on this item? Okay,
I see no raised hands, Chair.
okay, call the roll, please.
All right. Belvedere. Benicia.
Yes.
Concord.
Yes.
Contra Costa County.
Yes.
Corte Madera. Danville.
Yes.
El Cerrito.
Yes.
Fairfax.
Yes.
Fairfield. Lafayette.
Yes.
Larkspur.
Yes.
County of Marin.
Yes.
Martinez.
Yes.
Mill Valley. Moraga.
Yes.
Napa.
Yes.
Novato.
Yes.
Oakley. Pinole.
Yes.
Pittsburgh.
Yes.
Pleasant Hill.
Yes.
Richmond.
Yes.
Ross. San Anselmo.
Yes.
San Pablo. San Rafael.
Yes.
San Ramon. Sausalito. Solano County. Tiburon. Vallejo. Walnut Creek.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. The next item is item 4, opening remarks, key achievements and vision. So
Great.
take it away, whoever's doing this.
I'm going to start us off here, and it's my honor and privilege to get us going on talking about some of our key achievements for the year, and touching on our vision. And I want to start off just by recognizing each and every board member that is participating today, members of the public that are participating. It's always such a treat to get to spend a good portion of a day together once a year to think big picture about what are we doing as an agency, what have we accomplished, what are some things we want to adjust for greater impact in the coming years, and that's what today is really all about. We have a lot of in-depth dialogue that we're going to get into later this morning. We're going to hear about our power supply statistics and results. We're going to hear about the state of the market. We're going to have dialogue and input from the board on how we can better reach out to and serve in each of our communities. And we hope that's a spark to continue engaging on that topic. And then we're going to talk a lot about load shifting after lunch and how we're addressing that as an agency. I do expect we're going to be able to let folks go a little bit before our usual closing time of 3. So we hope to give you a little bit of time back in your day. But I just want to thank everyone for being here, and thank you for your service to MCE. You know, our board members are not getting paid to be here. You all are doing it because you care about your community, and we're grateful for your ongoing guidance and support and input. So with that, let's move into the next slide. I wanted to start by just, saying out loud, why are we here? What is our mission? What is our vision? And the mission really goes back to confronting the climate crisis by eliminating fossil fuel greenhouse gas emissions, producing renewable energy, and creating equitable community benefits. And that's been really our guiding light since we launched and this year. And we have a lot to say about what we've accomplished on that front this year. We won't have time to go over everything that we've accomplished, but I think that mission really rings true in all of our work. I think it's also to highlight our vision, which is to lead California to an equitable, clean, affordable, and reliable energy economy by serving as a model for community-based renewable energy, energy efficiency, and cutting-edge clean tech products and programs. And that, I think, is reflected in a lot of what you'll see today. So we can go to the next slide. And here are some of the statistics. So we have been able to reduce over 700,000 metric tons of greenhouse gas emissions since our launch. We are currently serving about 1.5 million homes and businesses in our service area. That includes the 4-county footprint. And we have just this year, we've contracted for over 100 megawatts of new renewables. And we're adding that in to all of the megawatts of renewable energy that we've contracted for since our launch. And it's over 900 megawatts. So that is a lot. It definitely surpasses our vision at the time that we launched. And it's exciting to see what a big impact we've had on the grid. We've also created 75 megawatts of large-scale energy storage resources in our portfolio. And this year, 2 new local renewable contracts were put in place for 2022. Adding to our existing, we're almost at 50 megawatts of local renewables, which is a lot for our service area. You can go to the next slide. And here I want to talk a little bit about what we've been doing to create equitable communities. We track the number of jobs that we're supporting through our renewable installations and other activities, and it numbers over 6,000 jobs supported so far, over 2.8 million labor hours, and 1.3 million union hours. Those are tracked in our renewable development project. So that's where we get those numbers from. We've also been able to save customers a lot of money since our launch. We don't have any guarantee of being the cheaper choice between MCE and PG&E, but we usually are. And just this year, we're expecting that we'll be saving customers $7.74.5 million. So that adds up to a lot. And it's while providing a much greener product to those same customers. We also have more than 15 operational energy efficiency, storage, electric vehicle, and other clean tech customer programs that we'll hear more about today. We can go on to the next slide. And I'm going to pass the baton here to Jamie Tuckey, who's been with MCE since before we even existed as an agency. She helped get MCE off the ground back in the early days and currently serves as our Chief of Staff and has been helping to lead a lot of the activities on the public affairs front and in other parts of MCE. So Jamie, I'm going to turn this next couple of slides over to you.
Thank you, Dawn. Good morning, everyone. Like Dawn said, I work closely with the Public Affairs Department, also customer programs and strategic initiatives. So I'm going to highlight some of the activities that those departments have led this year. And I get the opportunity to talk a lot about the ways that we've been giving back to our communities in 2022. So just, I can't think about 2022 without considering Fairfield joining us as a new member. We were so happy to roll out service to the city of Fairfield in April to 35,000 accounts. 89% of the customers in Fairfield started service with MCE, and the others exercised their choice to opt out. For this enrollment, we implemented an intensive community engagement effort, and we attended or hosted more than 30 meetings and events in Fairfield, and we're looking forward to really continuing to deepen our engagement and build more relationships with the Fairfield community. It's kind of hard to see here, but in the middle of this image, you see a man and a woman holding a platter. Hopefully everybody's had breakfast, so it's not making you hungry, but I want to give a special thank you to this Fairfield business owner, Marco Antonio Rodriguez, and his family for partnering with us in our advertising campaign and being featured in our outreach. Next slide, please. So your board approved the MCE CARES credit in response to COVID, and that has saved 40,000 income qualifying residents and businesses $4.5 million. So that's a whole lot of happy customers. It's really amazing that we were able to extend those additional savings to them. That's on top of the standard care credit that our customers who are income qualifying are also eligible for. In addition to that, it was paired with $1.3 million in debt relief from the Arrearage Management Program. And that's a debt forgiveness payment plan option that forgives half of the past due amount for customers who sign up for the program and continue to make payments on time. That program is going to be growing, so customers will be seeing even more savings with that. Next slide. So EV charging stations are something that we have been working on getting installed throughout our service area, and we've given out more than $3.3 million in rebates for over 1,500 EV charging stations. And on the left corner here, you can see a little map that shows where all of the charging stations that we've funded have been installed throughout our service area. And there's 57 different locations so far. You can see a couple of the locations. We have photographs here on the bottom right. And then I want to ask, I'm not sure who's running the PowerPoint, if that's Enyo or Daniel, but Enyo, I'm wondering if maybe in just a second, you could click on this Napa Valley College image. So one of the things that we do when we provide rebates for EV charging stations at a public location is we partner with the business or the property owner to do an educational component for the people who would be using their charging stations. And at Napa Valley College, we created a little video that they could share with their staff and their faculty and throughout their own different communication venues to let people know about the charging stations. Can we click on this image of Napa Valley College? So that was just a little snippet of an example of the kind of outreach that we help our customers to do once they've installed the EV chargers, to make sure that people know about them and are actually using them, and to try and promote adoption of EVs. I don't know if it was choppy for you. The video was a little choppy for me, but that might have just been my internet connection. But if you were looking at it on your own time, it would be perfectly smooth. So thanks for showing that. Next slide. So of course, along with the EV charging stations are rebates for the purchase of EV cars. So we've also given out just under $1 million to 261 income qualifying customers for EV purchases. And you can see photos here of residents in our service area who have actually purchased cars and been able to take advantage of the MCE rebate. The 3 photos on the bottom are of residents from Novato, Richmond, and Mill Valley that we're using in our advertising campaigns. So just a fun little example of how we get to partner with our customers to spread the word. Next slide. And I want to talk just for a minute about MCE Sync. We have nearly 1,000 cars connected to our smart EV charging app called MCE Sync. And it's a really cool app that automatically shifts EV charging to avoid the 4 to 9 p.m. peak hours. And later on in the agenda today, we'll be talking about load shifting and digging into this program a bit more. And next slide. This is my final slide for our 2022 achievements as far as how we've been giving back and reinvesting in the community. And I wanted to highlight our portable battery giveaway. So if you had a chance to pick up the packet that we mailed to you, you'll see a report out in that packet that provides a lot of detail about this program. But we've given out 200 portable batteries between 2020 and 2022 to customers who have a medical necessity for electricity. They're small portable batteries that people can relocate themselves as needed. And these are just a couple of photos of people who received those batteries. We partnered with our with some community organizations to help distribute those to our customers in our service area. So feel free to check out that report in your packet for more info, and I'm going to pass it back over to Dawn.
Great, thanks. I wanted to say a little bit about our policy success this year. This is the first time that we've engaged at the federal level to work with our electeds in Washington, D.C. And the focus was really around funding requests for many of our existing programs to see if we can deepen and amplify the work that we're doing. The Biden administration has set aside funds for climate-related work and equity-related work that has a really close nexus with things that we are doing and things that we hope to do more of in the future. So you'll see on the left a photo from our staff and board member visit to DC. Our funding requests have been making their way through the approval process, and it looks like we are in a position to acquire up to $3.5 million for our Healthy Homes program, our EV charging programs, and our energy storage programs. So that's been a very successful effort. We've also been engaging quite a bit with regulators at the California Energy Commission and at the CPUC. We've also been working closely with the California Independent System Operator. And this picture here in the middle is a tour that was held with Commissioner Gunda from the California Energy Commission, some of her staff and a few other partners to highlight the work that MCE is doing in the field. This literally is a field of solar panels in Richmond. And the tour was fantastic. We try to do a lot of these tours throughout the year for local elected so that they can really get a feel for what we're doing. And then on the right side of the screen here, you'll see just a week and a half ago, Friday, MCE was invited to participate in a large press event on Mare Island where Governor Newsom signed a key climate legislation, really the biggest slate of climate legislation ever was signed with MCE participants there. You can see a photo there with two of our staff, Stephanie Chen, who leads our legislative work, and Lindsay Saxby, who leads our Power Resources Department. We also had some of our board representatives there, and we appreciate them participating to be part of that historic signing. You can go to the next slide. And media coverage has been a big part of our work over the last year. We have a lot of earned media, as you can see here, and we've been engaging quite a bit to spread the word about all the work that we're doing. I think that we tend to have a approach where we work very hard to accomplish things, and often talking about what we're doing is kind of the second thing that we think of, not the first thing that we think of. So we're really making an effort to get the word out across our communities and beyond, so that folks can follow the lead of our successful programs and allow us to take the mission even further. We can go to the next slide. And I just want to kind of wrap up by talking about a few things that are on the horizon. You've heard already about the virtual power plant that is underway in Richmond. We're very excited about the progress being made there. This is going to be a project that lasts a couple of years, but as early as late as October, we may have our first home retrofitted and ready for people to see. So we're putting together a press event. The date hasn't been chosen yet, but we'll let you know as soon as it is. And we'll definitely be spreading the word as this project unfolds and we get some sample home sites. We're working a lot on green hydrogen solutions as a way to promote reliability in the evening hours and the nighttime hours, and when we have a lot of cloudy days, to really complement the renewables in our portfolio, particularly solar and wind. So we're working hard on possible grant opportunities on that front. We're also expanding EV charging infrastructure and our income qualified EV rebate program. And last of all, energy equity in marginalized communities. That's a very big focus of all of our programs right now, and it will continue to be the lens that we look through as we develop programs going forward. And next slide. That is the last slide. That wraps it up for my opening remarks. We have a lot more substance to dive into. And I know next we're going to get to hear from Kirby Dussel, who's with Pacific Energy Advisors and has been helping MCE since before we launched, also helping us get MCE set up. And he's going to be talking a bit about what we've accomplished recently on the power supply front. But before I hand it over to him, I can pause to see if there are any questions or also any additions, anything that board members might want to add that I might have missed in that overview.
So does anybody have any questions or comments at this point? Or I don't see any hands raised, so
There are no raised hands, Chair.
okay, good. We'll move on to the rest of this presentation. Thank you.
All right. Well, that wraps up item 4. And if we've got Kirby available, we can probably get our slides up for item 5.
And while those slides are coming up, could I just get like a thumbs up if you can hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you just fine, Kirby. We can hear you and see you.
Fantastic.
And got your slides up.
Super. All right. Well, good morning, everyone. I've got to tell you, I've delivered similar presentations now several times since MCE first started serving customers back in 2010. And I really have to say this is one of my very favorite things that I get to do professionally. And it's certainly a neat reflection of all the hard work that you've done, the planning targets, ambitious planning targets that you set for yourself. And so what we'll be doing today is kind of recapping 2021 in terms of your power supply portfolio. I know we're a little bit removed from that already, almost closing out, the third quarter of 2022, but kind of given some typical lags that occur in compiling data. This is usually the time frame when we kind of look back and are able to give you accurate information about the prior year's statistics. And I think it's also noteworthy that a lot of the information that we'll be talking about today, at least a couple of key pieces, will soon be distributed to your customers in a power content label that they receive annually, and maybe that's actually already gone out. So in any case, let's go ahead and get the ball rolling if we can advance the slide deck. Perfect. So just kind of starting at the top, what drives power supply statistics? Some of the concepts here are probably very self-evident. At least I think they would be to you by now. But it's just worth reminding everybody that first and foremost, what drives the statistics that we'll talk about today are the targets that you set for yourself in your integrated resource plan. And as you're well aware, you have very ambitious clean energy targets, right? You've had a 90% carbon-free equivalency goal for some time. That's increasing soon to 95%. You also have a 60% renewable target, minimum renewable target for your light green portfolio, and that's increasing to 85%, I believe, by 2029. So that integrated resource plan, that drives all the work that gets done on the power procurement side. And then in addition to that, you also have retail electricity sales to customers. That particular figure often serves as the denominator in a lot of power supply statistics. So that's important to measure and monitor. And of course, you have forecasts and then you have actuals, and those numbers, while you hope they're very, very similar, and they often are, they do differ a little bit. So that sort of dynamic can also affect how the percentages shake out in terms of your clean energy portfolio. And then you also have issues related to the resources that you're buying, right? A lot of these renewable resources, they're intermittent in nature, meaning they don't always produce when you expect them to, and they don't always produce the quantities of power that you expect them to. So that's kind of another variable. And then also hydro conditions here in the state of California, those are challenging to predict and often lower than expected. And of course, you're buying a lot of hydro. And so it's important to keep an eye on that, because as conditions change, power production changes, and that can also influence the statistics and how they shake out. And then just product availability, generally speaking, there's been a certainly increased competition over time as other CCAs have launched, and with similar focuses on clean energy targets. And so we're trying to be mindful and forward thinking in terms of identifying supply opportunities for the various clean energy products that you need. And then one of the other important pieces that we look at in determining power supply statistics is your emission factor. And the state of California, not too long ago, decided to change the methodology that would be prescribed for retail sellers when they compile their emission statistics. And we'll talk a little bit more about that later in the presentation. So next slide, please. Okay, so how do we go about doing this in terms of the execution of the procurement exercises? Well, there's really kind of two pieces of the puzzle. First and foremost, we have the targets that are set in your IRP related to, so IRP meaning integrated resource plan, that are set related to the clean energy products that you need. We're mindful of that as solicitations occur and procurement is executed, but we also need to pay attention to what these resources are costing, right? It's just not good enough to kind of throw money blindly at clean energy products that are out there in the marketplace. So we try to be mindful of the prices that we're paying, when the power is going to be delivered, the value that it has to your customers relative to when they need power, and so forth. So there's this two-prong approach, both in looking at the clean energy targets themselves and then also looking at how the budget will be impacted and ultimately customer rates through those resource acquisitions. So as we move throughout the year, we're also trying to kind of keep an eye, and this is reflecting back to the previous slide, on your customer sales and how those change throughout the year. Obviously, you have like heat waves, and that drives increased usage, and so that can change things a bit. So we might need to go out and buy a little bit more, or if we run into a situation where customer usage is a bit lower than expected, we might want to sell off some of the surplus that we've acquired in terms of those clean energy products. So this is an ongoing kind of ratcheting exercise where we're looking to buy, we're looking to sell, we're looking to maintain balance in the portfolio so that we hit the targets accurately that you've established for yourselves in your IRP. Let's go ahead and move on to the next slide. All right, so this is just a little history here of the growth in your retail sales over time. And you can see when you launched back in 2010, you weren't serving much load at all. And now here you are, and you're a relatively large utility by any standard. There's obviously a period here that you'll see in kind of the middle of the history where retail sales growth occurred at a very rapid pace. And that's, of course, related to all of the different expansion exercises that you've undertaken. But recently, you know, there's an element of stability, which is nice. I think on the resource planning and procurement front, when there are stable periods like this, it becomes a little bit more predictable in terms of building out your resource portfolio and identifying resources that will fill in with your customer energy needs. And of course, that just becomes a little easier when things are stable. Next slide, please. All right, so here's kind of a overarching recap of what 2021 looked like in terms of the percentage breakout of your sales amongst the different retail service offerings that you make available to your customers. Light green, of course, most of your customer sales, they relate to that particular service offering, but we've seen growth in deep green over time, which is really exciting. And then, you know, you can also see how there's kind of the typical disproportionate relationship between the number of customers that fall into commercial designations and the more intensive use of power that occurs amongst those customers relative to the residential class. Very common, but you know, year over year, you had about a 1.3% increase in retail sales. So just a slight uptick there. Again, good measure of stability. And then peak demand, it actually went down just a bit. And you know, this is all weather driven, generally speaking. So there will be some you know, upticks and downticks over time, and to the extent that your sales remain relatively constant as they have, that's to be expected. So peak demand of about 1,240 megawatts occurred last September, on September 8th, you know, kind of in the late afternoon, which is also a very common time for that peak to occur. Next slide, please. All right, so where did the power come from? This kind of wheel here, the pie chart, gives you an idea of the different suppliers that contributed to your overall resource needs in 2021. So 36 unique suppliers provided specified source power to you, meaning that those suppliers, you entered into contracts with them for specific resources, whether they be renewable, hydroelectric, so on and so forth. And you can kind of see over at about 9 o'clock, leading up to about 11 o'clock on the dial, you've got a number of relatively small contributors to your overall resource mix. Many of these are your feed-in tariff projects, which is kind of exciting. So very important projects that make up a relatively small portion of your overall resource composition. And then as you kind of follow the wheel around, you'll see some of the larger players that are out there that contribute more heavily in terms of the volumes anyway, to filling out your resource needs. And so if you have any questions on this, we can come back to it, but I always like including this slide just because I think it gives a good visual representation of where the power is coming from And I think a key takeaway here is just the element of diversity that you have amongst the various suppliers that you're working with. So, this isn't an issue at all where you're concentrated with one or two entities. Like I said, we've got 36 entities here that are all contributing to meeting MCE's resource needs. Next slide, please. All right, and then in terms of the geographic locations of where the power is coming from, over time, we've observed a really neat transition where the power is being sourced closer and closer to home, so to speak. And in this case, over 64% of the energy that was delivered to MCE in 2021 was produced within the state of California, which I think is really exciting. So I think that's about the highest it's ever been for you all. And then 95% of your total energy needs were sourced basically within California and the Pacific Northwest. So that's also pretty exciting too. So you can see here that we've got a number of states represented, but outside of Washington and California, the contributions are relatively small. And then you'll also see there's this unspecified item that shows up, about, I don't know, what is that, 230-ish on the dial there. The unspecified item, I think, is just important to call out. Some of you probably recall this is a familiar term, but others it may not be so familiar. And what unspecified power means, it's a term that's kind of defined by the California Energy Commission under the Power Source Disclosure Program. And in the state of California, the Power Source Disclosure Program is the program that power content labeling falls under, and a variety of annual reporting requirements fall under. And in the case of this unspecified power, it's calculated as a residual value, which represents the difference between all of the specified purchases that you make, meaning a purchase that comes from a resource that we can easily identify. There's a name associated with it, there's identifying numbers associated with it, and the difference between your retail sales and all of these specified purchases that you make is characterized as unspecified, and that means it's provided from the market at large. And you'll see in a minute how that translates into some emission calculations as well. So next slide, please. All right, so on to the power content label, and this here is kind of it's a different version of the power content label than your customers receive. But I think this is helpful to lay it out this way because structurally it's very similar in format. But here we're showing the power content label inclusive of MCE's total power mix, which is kind of the leftmost column. In the actual power content label that goes out to customers, we don't see that column. But in this case, I think it's kind of useful to look at how the portfolio performed in aggregate, right? So how did MCE do in total? And so you can see here that nearly 62% of all energy deliveries to your customers were from eligible renewable sources, and you can see how that breaks out amongst the different technology types that are defined by the state of California here. So we've got a lot of solar that's being purchased and delivered to the grid on behalf of your customers, a lot of wind, and then smaller contributions from the biofuels, geothermal, and small hydroelectric fuel sources. And then we also have a big chunk, of course, that's coming from large hydroelectric facilities. So these are facilities that are in excess of 30 megawatts in size. So relatively large hydro facilities that do not qualify as quote unquote renewable under the definition here in the state of California. And then we've got a couple of little residual contributions here from, I know you see nuclear, and sometimes I think that can be alarming, but in this case, the nuclear that you see is related to a certain portfolio of power that MCE buys from on occasion, which is called asset controlling supply. And so asset controlling supply is it's a supply that it's certified by the California Air Resources Board with a specified emission rate. The power that is included within asset controlling supply is largely hydroelectricity, but there are residual amounts of nuclear and unspecified sources that kind of pop up in these portfolios that are used by those entities that offer this product to balance the needs of the customers they have and the load they need to serve. And really the asset controlling supply that's out there now, it's only from 2 different suppliers. So I think it's Tacoma Power and then also Bonneville Power Administration. And those particular supply portfolios are based out of the Pacific Northwest. So that's where that little kind of slice of nuclear is coming from. But you can see the other categories here are pretty self-explanatory. Local Sol, of course, is all solar. Deep Green is split evenly between wind and solar, as it has been in the past. And then now you also have your green access product that's offered to certain customers as well. So next slide, please. All right, so now this here is the actual power content label that's going to be distributed to customers. This is the prescriptive format that's provided by the California Energy Commission. They provide the template, we enter the information, and this is what your customers see when this goes out. As part of the process of implementing AB 1110, which was the law that imposed the requirement to communicate emission rates to customers, we've added this left side of the power content label that deals with emission rates. And you can see here that 3 of MCE's 4 retail service offerings offer 0 emission to customers. So, no emissions at all, given the exclusive use of GHG-free resources. And then in the case of light green, the emission factor is still very, very low. So I believe it's a close to 92% GHG-free equivalent metric, where when you see that 75 pounds of CO2 equivalent per megawatt hour. So this is amongst the lowest emitting portfolio in the state, which is pretty exciting. And I think it's a good reflection of all the great work that the Power Resources team has done over time. Next slide, please. So just a bit of a recap here as far as all of the highlights related to the 2021 calendar year on the Power Resources side. So 98%, over 98% clean energy. So clean energy in this case is defined as renewable energy plus hydro or carbon-free energy plus ACS, so this asset controlling supply that I mentioned. So you aggregate those together. Those are either 0 or very low emission factors. And as I mentioned on the last slide, this is amongst the highest proportion of clean energy offered by any retail seller in the state of California. Nearly 62% renewable energy, and you can see how that breaks out between bucket 1, which is largely in-state-based renewable energy, and bucket 2. So most of that renewable energy in 2021 was sourced from those bucket 1 eligible supply sources. And then moving into 2022 and beyond, MCE is intending to use only bucket 1. And then of course, no unbundled RECs or bucket 3 RECs. 35.5% large hydro. So again, this is a key contributor in driving down MCE's emission factor. Just that little sliver of nuclear that I mentioned was related to that asset controlling supply. So there's no specific purchase of nuclear that MCE undertakes. This is just a residual that falls out of these purchases from the asset controlling suppliers up in the Pacific Northwest. 64%, just over in fact, was sourced, their power was sourced from California-based resources, which is neat. And then 83%, just over, of your renewable portfolio was all sourced from California-based renewables, which is kind of neat as well, I think. So over time, you've really kind of brought the sources of the power closer and closer to home that you're relying on here. And then in terms of your emission factor, you saw on the last slide that 75 pounds of CO2 equivalent per megawatt hour. That's translates it to a 92% GHG-free equivalency. And then the aggregate portfolio emission factor, when you include the contributions from Deep Green, Local Sol, and Green Access, that drives down the overall emission factor to 72 pounds of CO2 equivalent per megawatt hour. So very, very low emitting portfolio. Next slide, please. So this is kind of how things have shaken out over time over the last 10 years. You can see how the various, so the bar chart here, you can see we've got bundled renewable energy at the bottom. So these would be bucket 1 and bucket 2 resources. You've got unbundled renewable energy or RECs only in that light green portion, and then that top light blue portion of the bar, that's other carbon free, which is basically going to be hydroelectricity and asset controlling supply as previously described. And so you can see how those stack up to the overall clean energy percentage and how that's morphed over time. And then the line chart there is your emission rate. And you can see how the dashed line kind of morphs into a solid line, and that represents the transition in accounting methodology that was implemented by AB 1110. And so, you know, even with this more strict approach and really, quite frankly, unconventional approach relative to the way that emissions are calculated elsewhere in the country and world, even in light of that transition, MCE has preserved an incredibly low emission factor, and you know, it's the lowest it's ever been this year at 72 pounds CO2 equivalent per megawatt hour, which is neat. So, you know, a lot of upticks in the clean energy, and as a result, a downward trajectory in the emission factor. Next slide, please. And then kind of how do you compare to the incumbent utility? The answer is very favorably. And you can see here that, you know, MCE, when you look at renewable to renewable, that renewable to renewable comparison, so the green relative to the blue bar chart, you can see that MCE continues to outperform the incumbent utility in terms of delivering renewable energy. That's pretty exciting. And then you can also see how the overall clean energy comparison, inclusive of hydroelectricity, you know, also leads to a very favorable comparison for MCE as well. It's noteworthy in the case of PG&E, however, that 39%, just over, in fact, of their clean energy portfolio is derived from the use of nuclear power, right? So you contrast that with less than 1% for MCE. And I think that's a very noteworthy observation. So just keep in mind that as you're seeing these relatively close comparisons in terms of the clean energy content between MCE and PG&E, the bulk of that difference is made up of the use of nuclear power. And I will also say that PG&E's clean energy content, renewables in particular, is showing higher than the state mandate by virtue of so many CCAs forming within its service territory and leaving behind a bunch of surplus renewables with the incumbent utility. They've been working and of course, exercise solicitations to divest that surplus renewable energy, but oftentimes they're not able to divest it all. And then of course they retain it. And so that's why you see, in the case of say 2021, such a large renewable percentage for the utility, relatively speaking. And again, that's driven by the fact that they've had so much departing load and have left, that load has left behind a bunch of renewable energy with PG&E that hasn't been remarketed to others. So that's a little bit of what we're seeing. And then also it's worth noting that PG&E's base plan emission factor is at 89 pounds of CO2 equivalent per megawatt hour. So, higher than MCE's light green emission factor. Next slide, please. Okay, so that was kind of a lot of information in a relatively brief period of time. But again, I think it's super exciting what MCE's accomplished again. And we expect more of the same in 2022. Going forward, I think it's always good to just keep an eye on various factors that can affect power supply statistics and planning goals. And I know there's been discussion and I believe even action taken in terms of moving deep green as the default service option for new accounts. Of course, that will necessitate additional renewable energy purchases, which will drive up MCE's overall renewable percentage in its portfolio. over time, I think you'll also want to begin talking about, as light green continues to tick up in terms of its renewable content, and it converges with deep green, what does that mean? And at what point does it make any sense for there to be kind of like one option as opposed to two? There's also been a lot of discussion, in terms of resource availability in the renewable energy space and what that means in terms of deep green, because deep green historically has been evenly split between wind and solar. But as resources and renewable resources in particular, there's increased competition for those supply options. Is there any interest in incorporating other renewable sources into the deep green portfolio, particularly if that continues to represent a larger portion of MCE's overall sales? And then, there are also some things that continue to pop up related to hydro allocations from PG&E. Those are expected to continue, but what will that look like going forward in terms of the volumes? Drought conditions have clearly, made hydro a lot less reliable as a supply source, and have definitely diminished the volumes that have been produced, certainly within the state, by those resources. Competition is always very fierce, if you will, for those resources on the hydro side, and then of course through that competition, we've seen prices push up. So whether you continue focusing on hydro to fill in your carbon-free needs, or maybe as prices continue to tick up and really converge with renewable energy pricing, maybe that becomes more of a focus. And then there are also some policy changes that have been teed up in the past, and I think will be teed up again in the future and likely implemented at some point down the line, related to hourly portfolio balancing. So right now, the convention for power supply statistics and accounting is all driven on an annual basis. There's no hourly accounting, there's no monthly accounting. It's just total sales over a year, kind of relative to total purchases. But going forward, there's definitely been some interest in transitioning that to more of an hourly accounting approach, which would necessitate a lot more kind of close alignment between supply and demand. And I can tell you that a lot of attention's already being paid to that by MCE, probably more so by MCE than many other retail sellers out there. But we'd have to even sharpen that pencil even more, if you will, if that sort of accounting convention goes into place. And then, also one of the other topics that MCE continues to think about in its resource planning exercises is how do we promote grid reliability and sustain grid reliability with a largely carbon-free supply portfolio, because resource intermittency challenges, particularly with renewable resources, really kind of tend to stress grid reliability, and as you kind of move up and up and up in terms of your use of renewable energy, how do you keep promoting grid reliability? And I think MCE has done a wonderful job in that regard, looking to identify battery storage opportunities and other creative solutions to make sure that as they move up the ladder in procuring renewable and other clean energy sources, that grid reliability continues to be preserved. So happy to answer any questions. Again, appreciate the opportunity to deliver the presentation today, and a lot of exciting information here.
Okay, questions, comments from board members. Director Kohler, go ahead.
Hi, Kirby. Nice to see you after such a long time.
Thank you.
It's been a while. So regarding the power suppliers, I noticed that Morgan Stanley is kind of the largest power supplier of 15%, more than 15%. And I wasn't aware that they were, are they trading on energy? Because they're usually a financial investment house. So could you just explain that?
Yeah, absolutely. So they are, as you observe, they're an investment bank, but they also have a power trading arm as well. They're very active in the Western U.S. and have become a really key supplier for MCE as well as many other CCAs. The reason that they're showing up as such a large slice is because they not only supply renewable energy, but they also supply a lot of hydroelectricity as well. They're a big marketer of that particular product. So yeah, they're very active, very responsive to solicitations as well. And they're definitely a key supplier out there that's become familiar with the CCA business model and is very comfortable with that. And with MCE in particular as a buyer.
Okay, thank you very much, Kirby.
Director Brissan, go ahead. Maybe he froze up.
Okay,
Can you hear me, Eddie?
I'm going to stop my video because it seems to have a problem. Unless I missed it, I wanted to understand the source of the hydroelectric. How much of it is in California and how much is it outside of California?
Yeah, good question. And let me see how quickly here I can answer it. I think I should be able to do that relatively soon here. 1 second. Right. Yeah, so in the case of the light green portfolio, there was a total of, looks like there was a total of about 1.9 million megawatt hours of large hydroelectric that was procured and delivered in 2021. And of that 1.9 million megawatt hours, it looks like here. Look, about a third of that was from California.
All right, considering the ongoing drought situation, what's the impact that we can expect? Do we feel that we're at a stable place, even though we have a bad drought, or is this going to have a deleterious impact on what we're doing? And is it significant?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And I think the really smart thing that MCE's done in its procurement efforts is that, they buy a lot of this hydro on a firm basis. So firm means that the seller is obligated to deliver the quantities that are specified in the contract. So there's no flexibility. And in taking that approach, what that means on the supply side is that we're oftentimes going to buy an amount of power from a particular facility that's well below, say, its historical average production. So even in the event of a drought situation, as we've had now for some time, those volumes that we're buying are pretty darn reliable. So we're not really trying to max out all of the output from these facilities so much as we're trying to carve out pieces that fall within typical historical production levels. So I don't think there's, MCE is not in jeopardy of failing to deliver on its clean energy goals at all, because I think the way that it's contracted for hydro, it's been done very responsibly, and it's at levels that are well below the total capabilities, production capabilities of the generators that are supplying that power.
Well, from my view and my experience, if you have someone who says they're guaranteed to provide X amount from source Y, and then source Y goes away, you can't sort of like paper does not deliver power. But okay, I just wanted to bring it up. Just my cynical view of supply chain stuff is here. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Director Green, go ahead.
Thank you. Kirby, great report. What I really appreciate is the various quantifications in the graphic form of a pie chart. It really makes assessing and understanding the scope of what we're doing accessible. In particular, what I really liked seeing was the phasing out of RECs, of renewable energy certificates. I remember when using RECs subjected us to a lot of criticism that basically said that our renewable quantifications were bogus because they were all on paper. And we addressed that, and our policy that we adopted was to get rid of them, and to be able to see that graphically occur over a very few years period of time was great. So I don't have any questions. I did want to make that comment, and thank you for a great report.
Director Darling.
You're
go ahead.
welcome. My pleasure.
Thanks for the report. I was curious if you anticipate, with the move to divert the organics from landfills, is the biogas and component. I know Cal Recycle just issued a bunch of grants to wastewater districts to start bringing that food waste into the digesters. Is that number going to go up, or does it matter?
Yeah, it certainly could, and that's an ongoing topic of conversation, amongst MCE's, leadership and Power Resources team as well. I think the challenge is that even though those resources are deemed renewable, of course, they do come oftentimes with a more significant emission consequence than you'd prefer. And so, care needs to be taken in just how much of that particular supply can be incorporated in the portfolio without kind of, violating, if you will, the emissions targets that MCEs and, put out there for itself. So, yeah, I would expect that will go up over time, but I do think there's a mitigating factor here that as MCE kind of focuses exclusively on bucket 1 resources and kind of moves bucket 2 out of its portfolio, there's kind of an emission savings that goes on with that, because bucket 2, as part of the AB 1110 implementation process, bucket 2 suffered some emission consequences through the application of that methodology that weren't previously in place, meaning that bucket 2 is largely assigned the same emission factor as a natural gas generator. So if we work those volumes out of the portfolio, then we have room to incorporate more of the biofuel as well. So hopefully that response makes sense, but I think a key message as well is that's being evaluated, and as these biofuel opportunities are considered, we're looking at the impact of the overall emission rate of MCE's portfolio.
And the advances in the technology that are going on in that field too, because it's not like the old incineration. It's significantly different.
Yes, yeah, correct.
Yeah, good
Okay,
point.
thanks.
Yeah, I would just like to add that we have been working with a couple of our sanitary districts within MCE service area to identify locations where we might be able to procure some biomass energy. Some of our waste management haulers are having trouble finding place to bring a lot of the wood waste that needs to be collected, yard waste, and especially for wildfire clearing, there's a lot of waste, and it's unfortunately piling up in different parts of our service area without a good place for it to go, or it's being driven very long distances to Stockton or further, which creates air emissions due to all the vehicle traffic. Our director of strategic initiatives just recently went on a tour of a biomass facility being created to the south of us. There's also some discussion of a facility possibly even within our service area that might be a good resource. And you all may recall that last calendar year, we helped co-author a bill that would allow for CCAs to directly procure our own biomass resources. So it's something that we realize is a need locally, especially because of wildfire danger. And I think we'll be looking to the board for direction on how much biomass we have an appetite for in our portfolio, because it does result in some carbon emissions. So it may be an example of a resource where it's worth the trade-off to have a bit of emissions in the portfolio because it's a resource that needs to be used while we're phasing out the fossil in our portfolio. So that's something we'll be coming back to the board to discuss at a future date.
Director Quad, go ahead.
Great report, Kirby. Loved all the details. My question is on the final slide about future considerations vis-a-vis the new Inflation Reduction Act that just passed in August. I work in the solar and renewable energy industry myself, and as you know, it's super exciting to see the decade ahead of federal incentives for clean energy, and and the changes that will be taking place in terms of procurement. Specifically related to the slide, the pie chart with the Morgan Stanley having the biggest piece and MCE having 0.1% for the our own procurement. It seems like there will be a pivot that utilities may be more incentivized in the future, will be better off financially by developing their own projects and not looking to outside developers to sign PPAs. So our 0.1% is, the decade behind us will be different from the decade ahead of us. And I wonder what the team is doing in terms of thinking what would be MCE owned and operated in the future, as opposed to strictly PPA related acquisitions of generation.
Yeah, that's a really that's a great observation that you make, and I can definitely tell you that there's a lot of discussion going on about that very thing. I'm not sure, Don, Vic, and Lindsay, if you wanted to comment further, or if you wanted me to chip away at that one. Either way is fine.
Yeah, I'll just say it's a very exciting development, and we are looking at ways that we can leverage that new opportunity. Vicken or Garth, do you want to add anything to that? Or Lindsay?
Yeah, I can maybe jump into that. Really great question. You're seeing what our future is. So we're working on that. We're looking at different technologies. We are trying to understand what are the tax implications on this new financial opportunities for us. We're approaching it in a very agnostic way on as long as the resources should be greenhouse gas free and green. We're looking at our total portfolio in seeing how much we can actually carve out with a procurement from the ground all the way to the power plant itself. That can be a medley of different technologies that can come together, like wind, solar, and battery storage. That's one way. It could be advanced geothermal technologies. And we are in the process of looking at, so how do we compare that to doing a PPA? How will MCE be better off or not? Because, and you will hear a little bit down the road from another presentation, we want to provide significant more certainty to meeting your board's goals and vision and mission and our customers' expectations. So we are working on that. More to come for you. But thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Director Quinto, I believe you're next. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. My question is, looking at the slide where you showed what PG&E is doing, and knowing that the Department of Energy and the federal government supports nuclear energy and the future of pink hydrogen, I'm wondering what is MCE's position in the future of using nuclear? Because I know, down the road, dealing with the things that we're dealing now with, the change and the drought that we're having now, that this is something that everyone is concerned about, the shortage of energy, with everyone going to and new developments turning to electrification. So I wanted to find out, what is MCE's position on the use of nuclear? Because I know other states have that in their folio right now as well.
Yeah, I think much like the last question, I'll probably defer there. So thanks, Don, for.
The last two questions are right on for what we are looking at into the future. In Director Quinto, our intent is to bring to your attention, what are we going after? We are seeing in the news, and actually in Idaho, Utah area, a municipality installed 50 megawatt jackets, about 6 in a row of these new micro nuclear turbines. I know we completely understand that we don't go after nuclear, we don't buy nuclear, but our intent is to bring to the board what is out there at what cost to meet our expectations and carve out significant amount of megawatts from our portfolio with certainty, pricing certainty, and deliverability, reliable deliverability. So we will bring it to you. I'm not going to say we're supporting nuclear or anything like that, but we are looking at to see what is this new world maybe given us at what cost that meets your goal, your vision, and expectations with our customers. More to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Director Wagon Connect, go ahead, please.
Thank you. You may not know this, but are there any CCAs that are still using RECs?
Yes, there are, absolutely. I think, depending on the kind of priorities and preferences of the CCA, particularly in instances where the CCA might be very focused on rate savings or comparability, unbundled RECs are being used in those cases. Yeah, absolutely. Obviously everybody can make their own determinations as to what sorts of resources they'd like in their portfolio, but those instruments are allowed for use under the RPS program, and so a lot of CCAs that are more cost conscious are choosing to use those resources as part of kind of their renewable toolbox, if you will, when trying to meet statewide renewable portfolio standard compliance goals. So yeah, they are being used.
It was a conscious effort on our part, I remember. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. You're welcome.
Okay, any other questions or comments from board members? I had a couple. First of all, those were great presentations. I thought they presented a lot of information very clearly and succinctly. Dawn, are they available as links on the website right now, or are you going to post them later?
Let's check with Darlene. Do you know, Darlene, if they're up yet?
They are not. The presentations were too hefty, if you will, to include in the packet. And so they are considered real-time materials. And once the board retreat is over, we will be able to link them up and post them on the website for everyone to view, to have access to.
Okay, would you let us know when they're available? I'd like to share some of those with
Oh, absolutely. I'll get the links out to the board later this afternoon once we're done.
Great. Okay. And then the second question is, would it be possible to set up some presentations to city councils and boards of supervisors that would be like an abbreviated version of this, maybe something you could go through in say 20 minutes or something like that?
Absolutely. Yeah, our public affairs team is often going out and making presentations when requested to any of our member communities. So yeah. Just reach out to us if you'd like one and we can get that set up.
Okay, I'd like to schedule one for Richmond before I leave office, so I'll work with you on that.
Wonderful.
Okay, any other questions or comments from board members? Are there any comments from the public?
Yes, Chair. There is a member of the public, Carol Weed, who had a raised hand, and if she's still available to speak, she's the only one that we have.
Yes, I'm available, and I took my hand down because it was the Morgan Stanley question, and I'm going to have to revise my negative impression of Morgan Stanley if they're actually doing hydro and renewables. So I'm still adjusting to that.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comments?
I see no additional raised hands at this time.
Okay, our next item is item 6, board discussion on member community needs and priorities.
Great. And I just want to thank Kirby for that great presentation. Thanks for joining us, Kirby. We'll let you get on with the rest of your day and let you sign off, but thanks very much. And next,
Thanks.
I wanted
Enjoy
to
the rest of the retreat.
Absolutely. Next, I wanted to introduce Tyler Brown and Jenna from our public affairs team, and they're going to cover this next item. So I'm turn it over to you two.
Thanks so much, Dawn. So thank you everyone for joining us today. We are really excited to be here. For those who aren't familiar, my name is Jenna Tenney. I am MCE Senior Communications Manager. I've been with MCE about 6 years, and I work on our press communications, our social media channels, and other larger agency communications. So very excited to be here today. And I'm also joined by my colleague, Tyler Brown, and I will let her introduce herself.
Thank you, Jenna. Thank you, everyone. I'm really excited to be here. My name is Tyler Brown, and I am the newest Community Development Manager here at MCE. I work primarily with our cities and counties, CBOs, and multifamily properties to connect them to MCE customer programs and incentives. So thank you for having me here today.
So today, this agenda item is a discussion item about the needs and priorities of your communities and how MCE can become more involved. So as elected officials representing your constituents, we always look to you to help inform the ways that MCE needs to show up in your city, county, or town to provide the most benefits, especially to historically marginalized communities. As we know, a number of our programs are really focused on those populations and helping reach those customer needs. So for today, we're really excited. We have a visual recorder here for this session. Welcome to Emma. She will be helping capture the thoughts from this discussion in a new way that we haven't done before through illustration. So she will be sharing her screen throughout this agenda item so we can see her work in real time. And it's our hope that after this conversation, everyone here today will have a better understanding of the needs, not only from their own jurisdiction, but within the larger MCE community. We'll have about 30 minutes for a discussion. We're pretty much back on time for the agenda. So after that point, we will pass it along to our visual recorder for about 5 minutes to show us what she's captured from this conversation. And this will help inform MCE's efforts moving forward in your jurisdictions. So I will pass it over to Tyla for our first question.
Thank you, Jenna. So our first question is, what are the top priorities in your community and some of the barriers to addressing that you believe MCE could support? So again, the question is, what are the top priorities in your community and some of the barriers to addressing those priorities that you believe MCE can support? And feel free to raise your hand and we'll call on you.
Okay, it looks like Director Meisner's first. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, Mayor. But so Vallejo is probably the poorest community in the poorest county in the richest region on earth. And so my experience, so I used to be the budget director for the San Francisco AIDS Foundation, and we were very well organized, and organizations and agencies that are very well organized generally have very robust grant writing programs or units. And then I've also worked for very small nonprofits which don't have that capacity. And so, you know, I think that the more richer communities are already set up to get more money. And so I recently heard the statistic that was stunning, because I'm working with some homelessness programs in Vallejo as well. Giving the philanthropy for San Francisco, for every $1,000 in San Francisco, Vallejo or Solano County gets 99 cents. It's stunning. And I kind of feel like it's the same way with everything. And so any way that MCE can help us get more grants or get it. And we also have a really difficult time communicating in our city. I think this is true across the board, that newspapers are just being decimated and social media is just really ugly, and you never get you just don't get the information that you need. And so we're really struggling in Vallejo, and there's some really great things happening, but it's really hard to get the word out. As you know, the news for Vallejo is always horrible. And I think people just kind of ignore us because they look at the community as just being, I don't know, there's so much dysfunction that and that's not necessarily true. It's just what's out there in the media. And so any way that MCE can work, especially with our city staff, to try and get resources out to our community, because we definitely have very needy communities in Vallejo. So thank you for the opportunity to express that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, Director Haroff.
Oops.
Thanks, Tom. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Good. Well, thank you for that introductory presentation. It brought to mind a meeting that I was attending yesterday with a new nonprofit organization here in Marin County called Marin Can, which is a successor to a county program called Drawdown Marin, which is an attempt to kind of broadly address opportunities to reduce our county's contributions to greenhouse gas emissions in a variety of different ways. And at this board meeting that I attended yesterday, I was a bit frustrated because there was a lot of conversation in that context about energy efficiency, the kinds of programs that MCE has already taken a strong initiative on. So what I would like to see is if we can have a conversation at some point to make sure that the efforts of organizations like Marin Can, and maybe similar ones elsewhere in the Bay Area, that the efforts that they are intending to pursue are integrated with what we already are doing at MCE, and to have that kind of educational opportunity to address other members of that organization's board by MCE to make sure that we're not running up different paths that really are kind of counterproductive and duplicative. That would be very, very helpful, because I think there's a lot of that, because there's not a lot of understanding in those kinds of groups about what MCE is already doing terrifically in the state and in our communities. And we need to make sure that that's understood by those kinds of organizations. That was maybe a comment more than a question, I suppose.
Okay, thank you. Director Kohler, go ahead.
Thank you. So I believe, and I might be wrong, that Fairfax still has the highest signups percentage of deep green. And I know one of the things we're discussing at the board is potentially for new communities to have deep green. At the time we were able to make that leap, I was able to obtain a grant to provide $10 or $5 off a month for a year for 100 new customers. And while we're not necessarily disadvantaged, we do have a number of renters that really are rent burdened, etc. And I'm wondering, and it may not be just a Fairfax question, it's really overall, how can we help folks that are of lower income potentially to opt up to deep green, which now I believe is $6 more a month. And so I think it would be a good idea, and I know we have other programs that may help disadvantaged folks, but I think it would be a good idea if MCE could look at how we can get more folks, particularly disadvantaged folks, to sign up to deep green by some sort of incentive program such as that. And it might also help to get other folks who aren't necessarily disadvantaged, because my theory is once you sign up, you're probably not going to opt out later. So just throwing it out there, and Jenna helped us with that so much. So thank you very much. Bye.
Director Gulati, go ahead. You're next.
Yes, good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for the updates. It's great. I was also in the CalCCCA event on Saturday. And I was very proud to represent MCE as a board member and also get to meet Dawn in person. So that was actually great. I saw in terms of the top priorities and barriers. So I am a council member for San Rafael. I represent District 1, which includes the canal and all the lower part of Lincoln with a lot of apartments. So I will say, of course, our top priority is the top priority of MCE, try to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions in our city. Our barriers, we have a lot of, multi-housing units. And that brings a lot of different issues, right? So when we are talking about the electrifying buildings, when we are talking about using MCE for those apartments, I feel that MCE does really well at rebates, which is great. And there is a lot of equality on that, but I think we need a little bit more of equity, where some communities need more. And in terms of, EV chargers, EV cars, again, electrifying buildings, rebates are great, but for a person that has to choose right now between paying rent or paying for food, if we give them a rebate, it's still not going to be enough to be able to afford a new electric car, or even like a used electric car, or going to, green energy. And then I would just finish by mentioning sometimes the savings that we give to the landlords doesn't necessarily reflect in the tenants. So lots of issues around our community. It's an amazing, beautiful community, but I hope that helps focusing the equity component of MCE. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Director Wagenknecht. Go ahead.
Thank you. What I'm looking for is, and we may have it, but I haven't seen it, is all of our programs, all the MCE programs discreetly put in one spot so that I could give that to my city councils, and they could know what exactly is around, and my staff, and so they could work on that. But one catalog of all of our things.
Are you talking about energy efficiency programs, or
everything that we have? But they might be separate. They might be titled in different areas, but I would like it all in one spot, so I could give it to my staff, and give it to even neighborhoods could have it, and go through and see what is available through MCE.
Okay, thank you, Director Kwok. Go ahead.
Great. In the city of Lafayette, our environmental task force has 3 things we've been focused on that I'd just throw out as a brainstorm that I'd love your help on. Number 1, EV charging in existing multifamily buildings, especially with gas prices as high as they are today. There's just a real challenge to how do we go about getting electrification, EV charging in multifamily apartments. Second idea we're working on is just what type of loaner programs can we do for all electric appliances in the induction cooktop space. We've been watching PG&E roll out a program to loan and mail you a sample induction hob to try it out. EBCE is participating in a similar type of program. That's an interesting just consumer outreach. But along those lines, what we'd love to see also is electric lawn care equipment to get rid of the gas blowers. And is there a way that we can do a loaner program so that gardeners and homeowners can try those products and try them out and see what brands they like and could work for them. So anyways, in summary, EV charging for multifamily, induction cooktop loaner program, and electric lawn care loaner program are things we're trying to figure out. Thank you.
Director Brisson, go ahead.
Yeah, on our side, I have to echo the idea of a very simple, I wouldn't even say website, but a device where the customers can very clearly see what they can get in terms of reductions on their rates. I would love to see a focused reduction to get the lowest income on the highest green avenue. I mean, the extra $6 a month may seem like a lot, but I have a feeling that if we can get the lowest guys on this program, then as they advance and as their children advance, it'll become part of the culture to go in. So that's one thing. Second thing is, I agree with, again, the statement. I want to see a very quick summary that I can hand to my city council and say, here, this is what we can do. I also echo the issue of getting more EV stations. I brought this up with my council, and right now we have a few here, and the argument is they're not being used too much, but they may be in the wrong place. Putting them in multifamily developments, well, it's eventually you're going to have to put it in affordable housing, but quite frankly, the people in affordable housing are not going to be buying electric cars at this current rate, maybe 15 years from now, but not now. So we do need to find places where we can put the EV stations. I believe that what we may need to be able to do is somehow begin to convert gas stations into an EV charging or a battery exchange operation like they're doing in China, in India. But those are the three basic things. One, I want a shorthand summary to hand my city council saying this is what you can do for cities. I want a push directly to the customers in very simple, plain activation on what we can do to them. And I would like to see an emphasis on getting the lowest income signed up to the highest green as part of a long-term social device. Thank you.
Director Joya, go ahead.
Thanks. Let me just add to Councilmember Kwok's comment about multifamily housing. That is the area where there is a big one of the largest gaps in the availability of EV charging, and that's existing in older multifamily housing. And I think that's an equity issue, and we need to work on that really as an agency to identify opportunities to provide charging at those multifamily facilities. The other is I'm on the Bay Area Quality Management District Board, and we've been working on a rule. Of course, the state has developed a similar rule through the Air Resources Board about requiring home appliances to be electric. This is the retrofit, not new construction, but for existing homes. And one of the things we found is clearly there is a cost to retrofit from, let's say, a gas to electric heat pump water heater. So many residents, especially lower income residents, are going to need help in their electrical upgrades to accommodate going electric in their home appliances. So we should really develop a program that is really targeted on lower income residents and older homes to help them with their electrical upgrades to be able to make the switch sooner, but also when these, as you know, we're thinking about how we develop funding in the Bay Area for this. And one of the discussion points we had at the Air District was CCAs would be a really good set of agencies to help in developing funding for low-income residents for this transition to electric home appliances. I think that's important as well.
Thank you, Director Murphy. Go ahead.
Hi, yes, good morning. And first of all, just commending Emma on the beautiful graphics. This is really fun to watch as people state their needs. I want to amplify two things. In the city of Pinole, we had the benefit in 2019 as well as 2021 of doing some polling, and it was largely based on the development of a reopening of our Station 74 fire station, but we also were able to ask other questions regarding important community priorities. What I'm excited to both announce and also find some solutions to is that in 2019, there was generally no interest in sustainability and environmental efforts. And in 2021, we saw a huge increase in residents who cared about these issues. What that said to me was, number one, hopefully our community is educating more people. And I think our connection to MCE and amplifying some of the programs has been beneficial. But I do want to amplify two things that I think are big concern to our community. First and foremost, what I saw was in our data was a lack of interest, or at least a challenging understanding as the transition of home appliances to electric. So that is for folks who have gas-powered appliances, understanding what that transition looks like and actually having people feel good about it has been quite a challenge. So I think there has to be some educational efforts. I think, of course, saving people's money and protecting people's assets is a huge part of that. And so I'm really challenged with that idea, and I hope that MCE in the next year can really lean into that work, of course, with cost benefits, but also just around like getting people inclined to feel good about making that choice. And in addition to that, it brings me to my second point. With the rising extreme weather around heat in particular, I think we're all being really challenged. I've seen some cities have, heat officers, if you will, who are now developing programs to manage extreme heat in their community, right? I'll just be safe and say that Pinole, as a city of 20,000, is very small, and any staff member we add is going to have a huge impact on our budget. So I think it would be fair to really ask MCE to kind of do this work. Partially, I think the challenge is when, the Flex Alert happened this year and we had these issues with extreme heat in our city. The challenge I dealt with personally in my city was, this is why we shouldn't have electric vehicles. This is why electric is not good. And what we know is that is not actually the answer, right? But we do need an answer for those people. We have to give them something to really continue the momentum that we're building. And so I would really love that support. I think that those two particular issues are, for a city of 70% homeowners, I think those two particular issues are really important for us to address. And I think that helps with the momentum of building out MCE as a brand and also making it relevant to the needs of Pinoleans. So just wanted to uplift those two.
Director Quinto, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to ask MCE for El Cerrito. I noticed that we've been getting a lot of homeowners adding on air conditioners with the change in climate and more hot days and less foggy days that we used to have during the summertime. So looking at the changes in climate and the rising heat temperatures, I think the importance of changing over to electrification and electrification for the use of heat pumps instead of gas furnaces. I truly believe that if this was promoted through MCE with rebates or different programs available, you will have more people changing over to heat pumps instead of the regular gas. And I know at our home in Sacramento, we have the heat pump in use with the air conditioner with it's a swamp. I guess they call it a swamp tank over there, but it truly does work, and it's a lot cheaper. And also, I agree with my colleague in Pinole about making sure that cities, small towns have the opportunity to participate more and to get the EV chargers infrastructure with that, along with hydrogen infrastructure. I think we need to have both. So thank you. I appreciate that.
Director Darling, go ahead.
Okay, a couple things. I want to second what Commissioner Wagenknecht said about bringing the programs together in one place. We work with BayREN to make sure that there's a bunch of the different programs are consolidated, and the more we can consolidate it, the easier it is to get people there. One of the other messages that we would benefit from getting out is the idea that this is now a business common sense thing to do, to move to electrification. If that is in fact true, we're working on our sustainability action plan in Walnut Creek, and we're getting a little pushback from the chamber that they perceive it as being something that is more expensive to do. And I think we need to get that message out that this is actually cost effective in the long term. So that's my input. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. So many of your comments really resonated here on my end. I was smiling hearing some of the suggestions. So thank you for that. We're going to move on to our next question, which is, what communication channels and messages are most effective in your community? Some of those examples of channels might include social media, local publications, word of mouth, or newsletters from community groups or in-person events. We'd like to hear from you. Which of those communication channels and messages are most effective in your community?
Let's see, Director Thier, go ahead.
Hi, everybody. I wanted to respond to the messages part that is most effective. And I think it also ties into some of the community priorities and barriers. But I think the messages that are most effective is when something is tied with a rebate or an incentive for people to switch. So, you know, obviously we're all looking at a lot of building electrification in our communities, in existing and new buildings. And I've noticed that when the communication is tied with an incentive, people are more likely to take that action, whether it's in the form of a rebate or, you know, something else.
Other suggestions? I've got one. For me, the social media blasts are really important, and it seems like they kind of come and go in terms of volume. I don't think I've gotten one for a while, but for a while I was getting one every week, and there's a real opportunity for amplification. For example, I have access to the next door accounts for the whole city of Richmond. So there's something like, I don't know, 30,000-40,000 accounts. And so by using the city's access to that, I can take one social media post that MCE provides me, and I can put it into 30,000 households. And we also have a Facebook account and a Twitter account and so forth. So I would say keep those coming. And I think the suggestion you just heard from Holly about trying to tie some benefit into each announcement, also grabs people's attention. Director Murphy, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I agree to that too. First of all, I want to say on the messages, I think incentives are great. I think they usually, especially tied with the message, have been very helpful. I want to also amplify, I feel like a presidential candidate, jobs, 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 right? Like the message around like local jobs, opportunities, those type of things have been really impactful in my city. Pinole has a history of really having a lot of folks in the trade. So seeing this kind of just transition in action daily is really important, and knowing that MCE is on the front line of providing these clean energy jobs, I think is a huge asset and value proposition of our agency. I also want to uplift that video content. I don't know if it was this year or last year, I'm now in a time where everything is the same year. But this year, last year, MCE had a wonderful and really phenomenal PR campaign. Those videos in that amplification through our city channels, including our social media, but many of us have cable access television still that folks listen to, I think could be a high value proposition to continue out. And I think that I certainly found a lot of benefit in certainly targeted with ads a lot to those. So I think they're very valuable. I'm not too sure if you all send out social media guidance, but I do as an elected also have several social media channels and have really leaned into our city staff executing our social media channels more. A simple email, I think the director updates have been very valuable, but also a simple email with like just helping us out a little bit to amplify things that you may want in your communications, or even just retweeting something could do a huge justice. We have so many things we're trying to do. And I, like I said, I have a content calendar, but just having something already set in stone, a piece of content that I can easily share with a toolkit or whatever could be a huge value for me and really help me get the word out. So just those three things.
Director Zorn, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it. I want to echo what Commissioner, what Director Murphy just said, because that is something that has come up several times, is that oftentimes you have this group of folks like the folks that are on the call today, and we are all ready and willing to share content, but we don't necessarily have the time to do it. So, really leveraging people who have all of our eyes on MCE to pass the word along is great. That said, I've been really struggling over the past year or two with communication because everyone is so social media heavy that you get a lot of people in the community that have just said, I can't take it anymore, I'm going off social media. So then you have all these folks that never were or now decided they're not. And so we don't have a newspaper in our town anymore. And I feel that there is a big disconnect between this opinion heavy social media and, I'm going to say in quotes, since I don't have my camera on, real news. And so people are really struggling to figure out where they can get that real information. So our city just recently started rolling out a newsletter from city staff, which seems to get more traction than the social media posts from City Hall, because the algorithms on social media don't think that I, even though I'm on city council, care about City Hall. I've had to 30 posts before it started actually showing up. So I'm concerned, that those kinds of, that reach is not as good as we would like. So if we can find more, I'm going to use the word legitimate news outlets, I think that is going to go a long ways to get what we were talking about a few minutes ago of convincing people, say that converting to electricity is the right way to go. That may or may not be appropriate for a social media type of communication, with the acknowledgement, like I just said, that I don't know where people get their news in places like my town where we don't have quite that strong of a news presence anymore. So more of a communication of a concern than necessarily a solution. But thank you for letting me contribute.
Director Wagon-Connect, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry about you're not having a newspaper, but Napa does have a couple newspapers in it, and the old-fashioned press release with copy and pictures. These small town papers are needing content, and if you have stuff that's sent out that is able to be used by them, but that is that is made for newspaper. That would be helpful.
Thank you. Director Meisner, go ahead.
Thank you. So I agree with the comments that people have made. And, I think as I discussed with question number one, we have a real challenge getting the word out. We do have a newspaper, but the subscription, it's so thin, and the subscriber rates have fallen. So the people that we need to reach, it's just really difficult to reach them. And so I think a multi-pronged approach for a city like Vallejo is really important. So I know that MCE has already come to some community events. We had the Pista Sanayan, the Filipino event. We have Unity Day. We have various events that, and I think just having a tent there probably isn't enough. I think maybe, someone like me needs to make sure that MCE is announced from the stage. And then also a one-stop shop for where these programs are, the rebates, the funding for solar panels and whatnot. We have neighborhood associations. Vallejo City Hall has a list of those. I know that I live in a neighborhood that's, we're an older community. We don't have an HOA, but we have a pretty strong neighborhood association. And so maybe MCE coming there or coming to some of these. But, it's, and those groups tend to be plugged in anyway. So how do we get to the people that aren't plugged in? That's a real challenge. There are some nonprofits that work in the community. There's I forgot the name of it off the top of my head. But there's a group that works with disadvantaged communities in Vallejo in dealing with the clean energy and whatnot. But even so, I worked with someone a while ago that there was an opportunity for people that lower income people that own their own homes to get solar panels. And it was really difficult because there was this lack of trust, and it was really difficult to get people to accept it. They just didn't understand. And so I think, getting, I don't know, messaging that really resonates with people that really need these programs is really important. And working with communities so there's a level of trust is really important. So it's just a real challenge in Vallejo. But I love the idea of one-stop shopping so that I can say, hey, go to this website and there's all these lists of programs that people can take advantage of, and making those, sometimes applying for things can be a challenge as well. So people might even need help applying for something. They just don't even, they have to prove certain things. That's always a challenge. People that are struggling to just put food on the table just don't have the time or the energy to apply for things that might really help them. So it's going to be a challenge, I think, in Vallejo, and it already has been. Thank you.
Director Burson, go ahead.
Yeah, once again, I got to turn off my video. In Concord, which is the largest city in Contra Costa, I have found that next door is predominantly single-family homeowners, middle class, and a little bit above. If you go to Facebook, again, you're going to running into principally the older, and again, middle class. The biggest problem is to reach the less than middle income, lower income people. And there I echo that we have a trust problem, but also we have a direct access. I believe that direct emails are least effective in the lower incomes, as well as next door. And we have all struggled with how do we reach them. One of the more effective ways has been, quite frankly, through the school system. Kids bringing stuff home saying, hey, teach the kids teach the parents on this kind of stuff. We also be able, one of the biggest problems with the internet and the Nextdoor and all that, Nextdoor is all English. All right. We have to understand that. So if we want to get, we have 30% Spanish or Hispanic Latino community, and a large number of those are lower income, and they are not on Nextdoor. They are not on Facebook. They are not on the social media that we identify. We have found principally, again, I would say the Spanish newsletters, if we want to, well, when we put them out, we put out only a couple of, 3,000, 5,000. And that is what is needed. I also echo the idea of a single shop, but it also should be a single shop where you have navigators at the various local clubs, local nonprofits. For instance, here we have Monument Impact, we have Monument Crisis Center. Monument Crisis Centers handle 6,000 a month. Those are the kind of places where you want to go to reach the people, and it's got to be done on a in-your-face kind of thing. When they're coming to pick up their food, that's when you're going to handle it, and that's what you're going to direct them, and then you're going to have someone right there physically navigating them to get into whatever processes we have. And I think that's the real key, is to get it down. You have grassroots level, and then you have the dirt level. All right, and we got to get below the grassroots. And that's where we're going to find the most effective, if our goal is to reach the lower income. If our goal is to drive up just participation, then quite frankly, focusing on middle class is probably the best way to go, if that is your goal. So I'm just letting you know, you asked how do we reach people? A lot of it depends on who you want to reach. There you go.
Okay, thank you, Director Gulati. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I kind of like feel that now everybody has mentioned a little bit of what I was going to bring to the table. I'll start by saying that I think you do an amazing work already. In social media. One of the things I wanted to mention is that in my social media, I always post in English and Spanish because most of my community actually speaks Spanish, and I wanted to mention in San Rafael, we had and here in Marin County we have Marine Sanitary. They do a really good job and communicating with the entire community, going to a lot of different places where the community is, because sometimes there are so many different ways to communicate, and every person is different, and they hear the information from different sources. Sometimes it could be a newsletter, sometimes it's social media, sometimes it's WhatsApp, sometimes it has to be like in the soccer game. So I guess it's complicated, and but I think if you figure out the community that you want to reach where they are, as I think that is the most effective way that you can do it. And the other thing I was going to mention in terms of social media, anything that is related to jobs, workforce development, rebates, any call to actions, I think those are the most effective that we can put in our newsletter, and I can also share on my personal social media as well. But I know that you have been participating in our Chambers business showcase, so you were there. So just being in different key events through the community, I think that will be also very helpful. So thank you.
Director Darling, go ahead.
What the city of Walnut Creek has done is we've been pushing ABAG's BayREN program as a way to have consolidated information on where rebates and energy efficiency can come from. And that, because they have multiple languages, they've got everything from Tagalog, Spanish, Southeast Asia, couple Southeast Asian languages. Getting the outreach at the local level, but then finding a central place to push people to for consistent information might be a good way to go.
Okay, Director Kohler, go ahead.
Yeah, just maybe a more simple approach also is our website is not the easiest to maneuver. And I think we should make a concerted attempt to have kind of a portal for community members if they choose to go to the website. The other thing I'm not sure, but I don't think we have Google Translate as part of our website. And as most of you know, that translates the website to about 156 languages or more. And those are simple things that we can do just to aid people if they do want to go to our website. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for all of your feedback. In the interest of time, we're going to have to wrap up our discussion, but we heard through a lot of your answers some feedback about groups that you can work with, and we look forward to hearing more. So thank you all for participating in the discussion. We'd like to invite Emma, our visual recorder, to share her overview of today's conversation.
And Tyla, while she's coming up, I just wanted to respond to Director Kohler and just confirm that we do have Google Translate on our website. I appreciate your feedback on our website generally, though. Thank you.
Are folks able to see my screen here?
Yeah, we can see it now.
Awesome. Thank you. So thanks so much for having me join your meeting today. I've been listening and I have a few extra notes to weave into this picture before fully wrapping it up, but wanted to provide a little overview of what I've captured and heard from this conversation that you've all shared. So coming over here, kind of looking at this first question around what are some of the priorities and barriers that are existing in the communities. I heard the need to shift from a focus on equality to equity. Some of the themes that came up that people brought forward were around communications, around education and outreach, as well as grants and funding as opportunities where MCE can provide support. I heard about the importance of collaborating with different organizations, finding out what other folks are already doing and how working together might be possible, the importance of incentivizing deep green, and then two, coming up along some of the barriers, access to the electrification and EV charging units for multi-unit or multi-family homes, as well as the need to focus on low-income communities and focus on some of the smaller towns in terms of an area where a really big impact can be had. And several folks brought up the idea of having a central list of some sort where all of the programs are located, and it's really easy to share that with other folks. Then getting into this conversation about communication channels and messages, heard about some of the pros and the cons of social media and how those blasts can be really helpful, and video content can be really engaging and awesome as well. Some folks find that a newsletter or a newspaper is better for reaching folks. So it seems like having a varied approach is a really good way to move forward. We also talked about the idea of having jobs or various calls to actions and incentives like rebates woven into the messaging of those communications, and the importance of building trust in order to build that reach as well. So being able to go out into the community, build relationships, work with folks, and getting to that grassroots area and even deeper than that. As well, before we kind of wrapped up, heard about some ways that even the website or web portal can be improved to be easier for folks to access and use. And so I still have a few images to tie in on that piece, but that's the overview of what I've heard and captured from today.
Thank you so much, Emma. This is wonderful. Thank you all for your time today. We're looking forward to using the results of today's discussion to better inform our community engagement and marketing efforts moving forward. Pass it over to Jenna to wrap up.
So thank you so much. This was a really helpful conversation. I already have some ideas on what we can do moving forward. We wanted to let you know other ways that you can share with us. Please send us an email at engagement@mcecleanenergy.org. That will reach our team for any additional suggestions on what we were able to discuss today, but also anything related to community organizations or upcoming opportunities in your community that you would like us to be a part of. And also the survey that we sent out a couple weeks ago is still live. So if you would like to respond there, we do have these questions and also some additional ones to allow you to dive a little bit deeper into some of these topics and really what's important to you and your constituents. We're also happy to resend that link if that would be helpful. So we are just under time at 11:03. So thank you so much. And we hope you have a great rest of your day.
Thank you. That was a great presentation, great graphics. I forgot to ask if we had any public speakers on this item. Do we have any?
Howdy Gowdy from El Cerrito has a raised hand.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Howdy.
Okay, thank you. My name is Howdy Gowdy and I live in El Cerrito. First, I just wanted to compliment the board on very thoughtful comments. I think a lot of those were great, especially along the lines of all things electrification and equity. I was just going to add that I think it's important for MCE to try to focus up. I mean, obviously all the programs are in the service territory, but also focusing, resource development and other, facility development within the service territory to, raise awareness and local benefits. So basically just that the most investment possible that MCE makes can be, directly recycled and impacting in the local communities. And along those lines, I don't know if it's what structure could take place, but something along the lines of the public banking type structure that would allow the communities to invest in themselves through MCE, that members could basically say, I want to invest in and support clean energy development and programs, electrification, whatever, within my community, and that there could be a strong equity component to that, where I would frankly like to be able to invest in not only my community in El Cerrito, but surrounding communities that may need more help to achieve these electrification and renewable energy goals. So I would encourage you to try to engage that community level spirit of investment, and that might actually help with some of the outreach and messaging, because every one of those people who chooses to invest becomes a advocate for you and would help spread awareness. So thank you.
Okay, any other public speakers?
There are no raised hands, Chair.
Okay, so my agenda shows a break at this time. Dawn, how long a break
Yep.
should we take? Or do we have time for one?
We have time for a break. Absolutely. We're going to do a 10-minute break, and we will have a countdown showing up for y'all so you know when to return. And we'll see you back here in. Did you want to make another comment?
11:17.
There you go. We'll
All
see you
right.
back here at 11:17. Thanks, everyone.
Dawn. Oop, I think we just started recording again. I just wanted to report out that I've had the pleasure of being on the audit committee now for a couple of years, and every time we go through this process, we have gotten a clean report from our auditors, and we've gotten that once again. There are no issues that have been identified in the audit as a result, and I think it's a main purpose of my comment today is just to report out on that fact. So unless there are questions from anyone on the board, I'd be happy to respond.
Director Kohler, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So yes, I read the report and it looks great. One question though, on one of the last pages, page 24, it talks about a possible regulatory fine from CPUC of either $0 to $5 million for non-compliant clerical language in RPS contracts. And my question is, I believe that was in 2021, maybe 2020. I believe we have a bunch of contractors that are attorneys that help us with those contracts. Do we have any recourse against those contractors if we are assessed such a fine?
And hi, this is Dawn. I can weigh in on that. This is an issue that actually did come up in 2022, in early 2022, based on a CPUC decision that shed light on some requirements that were kind of parts of prior CPUC decisions that were never included in RPS guidance. Because the requirements for these standard terms were not included in the RPS guidance, it's not clear that there was any type of negligence with the attorneys that we are working with. That's not something we've needed to pursue at this point. We certainly could look into it if needed, but at this point, we've been working collaboratively with the CPUC to update our agreements to incorporate the standard terms. At this point, there's no signal that there would be any type of fine. We are going through the correction process. So we'll keep you all posted. We've sent a few updates to the board on this, and we'll certainly keep you posted and keep that recommendation in mind if needed.
Thank you.
And just to add on to that, Dawn, we have had those conversations, I think, a little bit, and as far as I can tell, we have no concerns about the prospects of pursuing liability issues on this issue at all. So, as I said, I'm very glad to have a clean report. I don't think this issue affects that in any respect.
Okay, thank you, Director Haroff and Director Kohler for commenting on this. Are there any other questions or comments from the board on the financial audit report? Do we have any members of the public who want to comment?
I see no raised hands, Chair.
Okay, unless somebody else has something, we'll move on. It's always nice to have a clean audit. That's always great news. So the next
Yes, it is.
Yeah, the next item is state of the markets, state of the market. Well, the agenda says market and the the slide says markets, so take your pick.
Wonderful.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, we're going to hear from our Chief Operating Officer, Viken Kansarjian, to kick us off. And we've got a number of staff helping out with this great in-depth presentation about where we are in the markets. Go ahead, Viken.
Thank you. Well, good morning, board. Just to let you know that my attention, among other areas, is the reliable service to our customers that meets our vision and mission goals in procurement and finances. But today we wanted to use this opportunity to give you a heads up about what is it going on with all the markets in energy and capacity, and what is coming down the road to us in possible further regulations and compliance items. And for you to better understand the latest dynamics that's going on in the market we are facing. Sometimes I call it the wild, wild west, because it seems like the traditional rules of contracting and process seems to have been deviated a little bit, and you will hear more about it. We have a really informative presentation to you from an excellent team that we have at MCE. I wanted to also mention that we continue very close collaboration with the PUC, the CEC, Governor's Office, legislative matters, regulatory matters, and we coordinate all these things with CalCCA as well. So, board, please understand that this is again a heads up as to what's going on in the market and the challenges that we are facing, but we will do a deeper dive with you very soon as to what does it mean to our finances and to our rate making. Now, without further ado, I want to pass it on to Lindsay Saxby, our Director of Procurement, to start the presentation. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you so much, Viken. And good morning to the board. It's a pleasure to meet with you today. Today, as Viken teed up here, I want to bring you on a bit of a journey that we've been on the past few years in energy procurement. And it's a journey because it really feels like we started in one place and now we've landed in a completely different place and a bit of a different reality. So this agenda, if you want to go to the next slide here, will take us through large global market issues down to the local real world impacts at MCE. The slides do contain a lot of information and we would be here all day if I went through every detail, so I won't do that, but we'll make sure that you understand each issue. After we go through the various states of the markets, I'll then speak to the specific impacts to MCE at the conclusion of my presentation. As was mentioned, we have a few other subject matter experts joining in the presentation. We have Brian Goldstein, Managing Director of Pacific Energy Advisors, joining us to speak about the state of the resource adequacy market. Then we'll have Nathaniel Malcolm, Senior Policy Counsel, speak to policy initiatives that we see on the horizon that impact the energy and RA markets. And then Garth Salisbury, MCE's Chief Financial Officer, will speak to financial impacts. So next slide, please. All right, so in order for the sea change we've seen in the energy markets to have the appropriate context, I think it's important to understand what the norm has been in MCE's procurement practices for the vast majority of our operating history. So, starting with solicitations, while we procure short-term energy on an ongoing basis, we typically do one request for offer or RFO per year that we call open season, which results typically in 1 to 2 contracts for new build solar, new build wind, energy storage projects. And we typically get a really robust response and are able to select from a wide variety of offers, such that when we narrow down to one contract, we know we're getting the best deal for MCE. And contract prices have tended to steadily and significantly decline over MCE's operating history. And while we've been able to reduce the weighted average cost of our portfolio of resources, and that's helped us reduce the weighted average cost of our portfolio of resources over time. In addition, MCE has had full autonomy to leverage and decide which projects, technologies, online dates, etc., make the most sense for us. If a negotiation isn't favorable, we could choose to simply walk away if we wanted to. So this has really been the status quo for some time, and we'll go into what are kind of a series of somewhat unrelated factors, however, when taken together, have compounding effects on the state of the energy markets and to MCE, and has really created an interesting perfect storm here. So next slide, please. All right, you may have heard earlier this year that a small Bay Area-based company instigated a federal investigation that really sent shockwaves through the domestic solar industry. The U.S. Department of Commerce announced back in March that it was investigating whether solar modules coming from 4 Southeastern Asian countries, Malaysia, Cambodia, Thailand, and Vietnam, were actually Chinese products being pushed through those countries to circumvent American tariffs. And about 80% of US solar module imports come from those 4 countries. So you can imagine what stopping shipments from those countries would mean to the solar industry writ large. Next slide, please. So several months later, President Biden did issue a solar tariff exemption that is currently running in parallel to the anti-circumvention investigation. However, this was not before there was a significant backlog and a significant slowdown in the solar industry. Next slide. So everyone here, and I've heard it mentioned earlier, is well aware of the supply chain issues going on globally and has probably been impacted in some way. And of course, the energy and energy storage industry has been no exception. Whether it's shortages of labor due to China's strict lockdowns to prevent the spread of COVID-19, which has stalled production at manufacturing plants, whether it's difficulty getting lithium and cobalt imports out of Ukraine due to the Russian invasion affecting the energy storage industry, whether it's shipping containers stuck out at sea and able to port and unload. There have been numerous factors affecting manufacturing and the supply of equipment to construct these large-scale renewable and energy storage projects. Next slide. So here's where our journey starts kind of taking a sharp turn and where upheaval in the more local energy markets really emerges. So back in 2019, the CPUC issued a procurement mandate to load-serving entities like CCAs and IOUs. The crux of the mandate is to get new build, clean energy projects online that are incremental or new to the existing resources currently online in California. And to go into the weeds just a little bit, the accounting of the mandate comes in the form of resource adequacy. And the amount of resource adequacy that you can count varies by technology. In fact, there are technology factors used to calculate RA. So solar and wind get very little RA compared to the nameplate capacity, while energy storage gets much more. So for illustrative purposes, let's say you have 100 megawatts of storage, you might get 90 megawatts of RA that you can count toward your mandate. Whereas if you have 100 megawatts of solar, you might get to count just 10 megawatts of RA. So when you look at the 2019 CPUC incremental procurement mandate, for 3,300 megawatts of new RA capacity, the actual megawatts procured will be substantially higher. However, at 3,300 megawatts divided among all load-serving entities, the 2019 mandate was manageable. Then the CPUC came out last year with an 11,500 megawatt procurement mandate on top of the 3,300 megawatt mandate of RA. And the 2021 procurement mandate aims to help the transition of more renewables on the grid, extreme weather events, which we've all just lived through, and to transition the retirement of the Diablo Canyon Power Plant. And I'll say more about that because I'm sure you all have heard about Diablo Canyon in the news recently. So this second procurement mandate, dubbed the midterm reliability mandate for the years in the middle of the decade when these new resources need to come online by, it lays out specific operating parameters of resources, which effectively equates to specific technologies that meet those operating parameters. It also lays out specific timelines that those new resources need to be online by. So like the incremental procurement mandate, all CCAs and IOUs share a portion of the 11,500 megawatts of RA that need to be procured. And the volumes, of course, are not insignificant. So you might start imagining what happens to the market and what sellers might look to take advantage of when you publicly require all load serving entities to buy a certain amount of a certain type of resource by a certain time frame. Next slide, please. So as promised, I won't leave out the very recent debate about the extension of the Diablo Canyon power plant out of the discussion here as we continue on our journey, most especially because part of the midterm reliability mandate, as I just mentioned, was intended to replace the 2.2 gigawatts or the 2,200 megawatts of the Diablo Canyon power plant, which equates to about 9% of the state's electricity. So while the California legislature authorized extended operations for up to 5 years of Diablo Canyon, the load serving entities CPUC procurement mandates are not being reduced in kind so far. In fact, we're hearing that the CPUC potentially wants more resources, online, and there may be more procurement mandates afoot. So it does not appear that there will be any direct benefit of Diablo Canyon staying online in relation to the procurement mandates. Next slide, please. So I'm going to let Brian, as we look at market prices and inflation, I'm going to let Brian really speak to the resource adequacy market in more detail. But main takeaway here, I think you're hearing the trend, is that prices are up and the availability of resources is down. In regards to the cost to serve load in the CAISO, that was up 33% in 2021. And I'm going to show you a slide next about 2022 CAISO market prices that might make your hair stand on end. So we'll do that next. Carbon-free energy, same story here. There have been various factors that have limited the availability of carbon-free energy from the Pacific Northwest, which can increase prices. Natural gas prices have been up, which tends to push up all energy prices. And inflation, of course, only increases the cost of financing and the cost of doing business. Next slide, please. And here's where we're going to start to see all of the impacts of these compounding factors in the market. And this is really where our journey here has been leading. Here's a look at how CAISO market prices have increased just since September of last year. So the outlook in September 2021 is reflected at the very bottom blue line. As you can see, as we move up into December 2021, the orange line, prices are increasing until you work your way all the way up to the top green line, which is September of this year. Prices are up 94%, nearly 100% since September of last year, which is just really, really impactful. So having to buy a CAISO market energy is really expensive, and just prices are up across the board. Next slide, please. Now, this next chart shows both a bit of good and bad news. This shows that solar project installations are increasing over time, and many projects are on time. However, it also shows a trend of increasing project delays, especially starting in early 2020. Delays of up to 6 months increase the most, while project delays longer than 6 months are also, gaining traction in 2022. So takeaway here, project delays are increasing in recent years. Next slide. And here's where our journey is coming a bit closer to home. This slide is really not meant to pick on any of our sister CCAs, because all CCAs are facing the same or very similar set of challenges that I've laid out here. Central Coast Community Energy, or 3CE, has just been one of the more vocal CCAs speaking about how different the energy procurement landscape has become. They've been in the news recently. They cited 7 different executed contracts where the developer has come back and asked for a renegotiation of those contracts. And if 3CE were to agree to all of the price increase requests from all of its counterparties, it would cost them and their ratepayers an additional $250 million. So some CCAs are even entering into litigation due to counterparty failures to meet their obligations under the contract. And next slide, please. So we've finally reached our final destination here. What is the result of this kind of perfect storm that we've been talking about as it relates to MCE? So first, putting both the anti-circumvention investigation and supply chain shortages into the same bucket related to kind of a squeeze on the supply chain. The result is that developers are looking for more time to get projects online. And, you know, normally, as I mentioned before, we could work with developers on timelines. However, with the CPUC mandates, we have very hard and fast deadlines for projects to come online. So we don't have the flexibility that we used to have. Additionally, when we've sought pricing for new projects, developers have been unable to get back to us with firm pricing. They're unable to get commitments from their suppliers, and therefore they're unable to commit to us. And this has led developers to even offering, you know, index pricing, in which they're saying, you know, the price that we can offer you may go up or it may go down based on what the final supply costs are to us when we actually procure the equipment, which is very risky, and it's something that we haven't agreed to. So, you know, what are the impacts of these widely known procurement mandates? Well, as I sort of laid out before, if all load serving entities are looking for the same types of resources that need to come online at the same time, there's going to be resource constraints, and we've got a situation of high demand for a finite amount of resources. And like in any market, high demand also means high prices. So luckily, we're nowhere near in the same situation as our sister CCA in terms of renegotiations, but we are certainly seeing much higher prices for the same type of technology that we contracted for just a couple of years ago. And, you know, it's really the first time that we've seen price trends go up in our operating history like this. We're also negotiating 6 times the amount of contracts that we typically are, which, you know, significantly impacts that time. But one of the biggest impacts is simply negotiating leverage, right? If you're told that you have to get these resources under contract subject to penalties, and all sellers know that, our ability to negotiate advantageous terms or to even walk away from a deal is significantly diminished. Though to my staff's credit, we've been able to close on some great projects because MCE is still a very strong counterparty to contract with. And, you know, lastly, while it seems like it should have an impact, as I mentioned before, the extension of Diablo Canyon does not seem to be alleviating any of the aforementioned obligations. So with that all on the table, I want to see if Brian has joined the conversation here, and I will pass it over to him.
I'm here. Thanks, Lindsay.
Great.
Next slide, I think.
Yeah, we can hear you, Brian.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, can we go to the next slide, or it might be actually 2 slides. One more. All right, so a couple slides here to talk about some of the things going on in the resource adequacy market. Just as a backdrop, I know Lindsay's talked about this a little bit, during her presentation, but I've been trading RA for the last 8 years, and been managing the RA portfolio for MCE, and I can tell you, over the last 8 years, we've seen quite a trend as prices increase, and one of the reasons we've seen an increase in prices probably more consistently over the last 5 years, has to do with kind of the supply and demand balance changing. And as the state, retires more natural gas plants and adds more solar, more renewables, more battery storage, the amount of being retired has definitely been in the past 5 years exceeding the amount that's coming online. And so one of Lindsay's points is it's not a one-for-one replacement, right? A natural gas plant, 100 megawatts will provide 100 megawatts of RA, but per Lindsay's point, 100 megawatts of solar, you may only get 10 or 15 megawatts of RA. So that's kind of, the paradigm we're in here. And, one of the things that we've seen recently really actually come down to rule changes coming out of the CPUC. Not to say that these are flawed rule changes, it's a matter of how they happen. And when decisions are voted out, they have pretty significant impacts on the marketplace itself. One of these recent decisions over the last couple of years has been to ensure more summer reliability. And so what the CPUC has done here they have increased the planning reserve margin. So the way RA requirements have been assessed to load serving entities in California is what's the peak demand, and then tack on a 15% planning reserve margin. The CPUC believes that that is insufficient to meet peak demand over the summer. And I think they're right based on the events of earlier this month and the heat wave and the all-time peak demand that was achieved. So what the CPUC has imposed is increasing the planning reserve margin actually all the way up to 22.5%. But instead of allowing each CCA IOU and direct access providers to procure their amount of that increase in the PRM, they've actually required the utilities, the IOUs, to go out and procure this on behalf of all ratepayers in California. So what that's done now is, this 7.5% additional planning reserve margin, that equates to about 3,000 megawatts of additional RA capacity in the summer months. And so that's actually about 7% on top of, total RA required to be procured by all LSEs in California. So that's now created some frictions in the marketplace. And what I mean by that is some of the utilities, like PG&E, for example, San Diego Gas and Electric, they actually have excess RA in their portfolios that they would otherwise make available to the marketplace for them to sell and others to purchase for compliance purposes. But now, because of these mandates for summer reliability, any excess capacity these utilities have, they're keeping to satisfy these obligations. So again, it's created some of these new frictions we're seeing. And to the degree where we've seen, earlier this summer, overnight prices increasing by 40 to 50%, not just for 2023, the upcoming compliance cycle, but even going out, 5-10 years, and similarly related to some of the MTR procurement that Lindsay was talking about previously. Next slide, please. All right, so the other rule change recently, I think this occurred back in June, and I don't necessarily disagree with kind of the logic behind it, but it's again another dramatic impact to the marketplace by just the stroke of a pen or the vote of the CPUC commissioners and changing the rules overnight. Another area that they've changed the rules on is how much RA value do you get from wind and solar resources. And I think, as Lindsay was talking about earlier, I fully agree that when the sun goes down, the system is hitting its net peak demand. So solar doesn't provide much resource adequacy benefit. And wind is very intermittent, right? Wind is not guaranteed to be there when the system's peaking. So how much resource adequacy value do you actually get from wind is questionable. And what the CPUC did back in June is they said, well, due to lack of reliability from these resources when we actually need them, we're going to slash their RA values by more than 50% almost. And so starting in 2023 compliance cycle, the RA values from wind and solar are dropping dramatically to the extent of about 2,000 to 3,000. Actually, there's some months we've done an analysis where you lose about 3,500 megawatts of RA value due to these wind and solar cuts. So if you think about the previous slide, where now the utilities have to procure an additional 3,000 megawatts. And then on this slide, with cutting wind and solar and losing about 3,000 megawatts overnight, that's a 6,000 megawatt swing, which not only has sent RA prices through the roof on a short and long-term basis, it has also created something I've never seen in the years I've been doing this, where there's no RA trading in the marketplace. You can't even find it, let alone whatever price it may be at. So it's a pretty crazy time in the RA market. It's a little concerning, but I do believe that some of this will be alleviated in the future with some of these new resources coming online, as Lindsay had discussed, related to the midterm reliability procurement. The direct impact on the wind and solar is pretty significant to MCE. With all the wind and solar PPAs that MCE has, just going from 2022 RA cycle to 2023, MCE's lost about 100 megawatts of summer RA due to these cuts in the wind and solar values from the CPUC. So yeah, I just wanted to raise these two kind of interesting rule changes from the CPUC and highlight, what kind of commercial impacts they've had in the marketplace, as well as to MCE. I think, is it Nathaniel next?
I believe it might be Garth.
Okay.
No, it's Nathaniel.
It's
Oh,
Nathaniel.
it is. Okay, sorry about that.
Yes, I'm hearing a quick sound check to make sure everyone can hear me.
Yeah, we hear you, Nathaniel. Thank you.
Great. Well, thanks, Brian and Lindsay, and thank you to the board for this opportunity to speak with you this afternoon. So continuing with the theme of market and regulatory pressures that MC is experiencing and grappling with, all indications are that these market and regulatory pressures will persist, at least for the next few years, as the energy regulatory agencies continue to navigate how to achieve the state's climate goals and maintain grid reliability over both the mid and the long term. So next slide, please. So one area where we fully expect to see continued change on the regulatory front is in the CPUC's RA program, or Resource Adequacy Program. As you all are likely aware, the CPUC committed to reform the RA program for 2025. This involves a transition to a slice of day, or a 24 slice framework, as it's come to be called, which is a dramatic departure from the current framework. The current framework sets RA compliance requirements based simply on monthly peak load. However, in this new 24 slice RA framework, MCE and other load serving entities will need to demonstrate sufficient RA capacity under contract on an hourly basis. So this is a much more granular approach to RA accounting and reliability, which will certainly have impacts on the RA market, similar to what Brian and Lindsay have discussed. Importantly, the CPUC is actively developing a whole host of implementation details for the 2025 implementation year, including issues around how to count resources towards compliance, what a sufficient and adequate planning reserve margin, or PRM, is, both of which Brian discussed in his presentation. And what this means for MCE is that as the nature of the compliance requirements changes, so too will the market, and so too will the resources that MC will need to procure to meet these requirements. So this hourly capacity framework will put more emphasis not just on peak, but on net peak hours in the later evening and overnight hours. So MC's RA portfolio will start to look to focus more on renewable baseload capacity and storage capacity, which will both provide capacity during periods of high demand and low solar generation, and also hopefully facilitate MC's achievement of its goal to move away from fossil-based capacity to clean RA capacity over the coming years. So next slide, please. Thank you. So continuing with RA, we also have the Central Procurement Entity, or CPE, to which the CPEUC recently assigned the responsibility of procuring local RA for all other load serving entities starting in 2023. And as a reminder, local RA is a resource capacity that's located in specific congested locations throughout California where there is high load, for example, but not a lot of generation or transmission available to bring power into those communities. But to date, the CPE has proved to be less than fully successful over the last year and a half in procuring the amount of local RA assigned to it for 2023. And this has created a good deal of uncertainty for MCE because the CPE procurement should offset MCE's other RA capacity procurement amounts. MCE has and continues to take its compliance requirements very seriously, particularly when it comes to reliability procurement. But because MCE does not have full transparency into what the CPE is procuring on its behalf, other than to see periodic reports of deficiencies as it's proven to be, MCE is essentially forced to assume minimal CPE procurement, which leads MCE to ensure compliance and do its part for reliability, sort of moves MCE to procure more RA than it otherwise might had the CPE been more successful. And given what Lindsay and Brian have described in both the energy and the RA markets, this increases costs and potential over procurement situations that might be avoidable and don't necessarily lead to any added reliability benefits. So as we go forward in the coming months and years, perhaps MCE will remain engaged on the regulatory front to push for CPE enhancements and possibly even more substantial structural changes that mitigate these efficiencies as we go forward. So next slide, please. Thank you. And lastly, moving away from RA and into more long-term integrated resource planning, we have the possibility of additional procurement mandates, specifically for new technologies such as offshore wind. As Lindsay described, the CPC over the last few years has issued unprecedented procurement mandates to ensure sufficient new build over the near, mid, and long terms. And now, although there are no current mandates for offshore wind, there are what I would categorize or describe as very aggressive planning targets for offshore wind within the next decade that are being scoped out from the regulatory agencies up through the governor's office. And most concretely, this includes a plan at the CPUC for 1.7 gigawatts of offshore wind that MCE and other LSEs have been asked to discuss and incorporate into their CPUC integrated resources plans that will be filed on November 1st. And so, although there are a lot of benefits to developing offshore wind, from renewable integration to generation profiles, the costs and risks of this nascent technology, however, is very high. So there will need to be a lot of expeditious regulatory and infrastructure support if these plans are going to be met going forward. And MC will surely be following this closely, particularly as stakeholders start looking at questions as to which entities should be tasked with this potential procurement. And as Lindsay was talking about earlier, how potential mandates or actual mandates will impact the markets as these things start being discussed more explicitly. So with that, thank you very much for your attention, and I will pass the presentation over, I believe, to Garth.
Yes, so thank you, Nathaniel. So hi, everyone. I'm Garth Salisbury, MCE's Chief Financial Officer. And following from the update given by Director Haroff on our audited financial results from last year, then it ended March 31st, and the important update you just heard from what's going on in the energy markets generally, I'm here today to give you a quick update on MCE's current fiscal year and how some of these many factors are affecting the global, national, and California energy markets are affecting MCE's finances. So as you've heard from a number of people today, MCE is going to be a large electricity provider serving almost 600,000 customers and over 1.2 million people. And our budget now is approaching $600 million. And as you've just heard, MCE currently has a number of projects that are under construction and nearing completion. Some of them are in the mid stages of construction, others are at the very early stages of contract negotiations. So these global supply chain and inflationary factors that we're all hearing about and seeing, day to day, from everything from food to energy, for larger items for our homes, these are affecting MCE. Additionally, as also been discussed, the California grid is also a challenge for MCE and our ability to actually get some of the solar power from the projects that we have under contract. Okay, next slide. So here is a look at our cost of energy versus what we had budgeted at the beginning of the fiscal year. So as you know, we live, in a bit of delay in actually seeing some of the true cost of energy related to receiving and validating our invoices, but more importantly, seeing the true cost of energy we end up buying from the CAISO, the grid operator, that we don't see sometimes up to like 3 months later. But as you can see, sort of actual costs through July are much, much higher than we had budgeted for. And on average are looking to be projected out to be on average about 10% or more higher over the course of the fiscal year. This kind of brings home the reality that, what you hear about, what's going on in the markets generally, and what we're really experiencing in terms of our costs. Next slide, please. So what this slide is really telling a story as to what we are experiencing play out this year. So what these bars represent are the projected net revenues that we were expecting to see, out of the current fiscal year. So after we pay all our costs and costs for energy and RA and operations, once we collect all our rates, what would be the net revenue amount? So in January, when we first started working on the budget for the current fiscal year, given the rate increase that we had, if you recall, we had a two-phase rate increase. One first part, very small, started in January. The other phase came in March. That was giving us a lot of headroom and opportunity to cover costs and produce some net revenue. So in January, we thought the year looked like we were going to produce around 115 million. By the time we got around to actually proposing the budget to the board, that number had dropped to 96 million, as some of the reality of these costs have come to light. By May, this number had dropped down to about 70 million. And then finally in September, the number dropped down to about currently in about 30 million. While I think MCE probably did a really good job in addressing the heat wave that we experienced, we have yet to see sort of the net effects of that heat wave, again, because we have such a delay in seeing what our actual costs are for energy from the CAISO. Next slide, please. So, this is difficult news. We're dealing with some real fiscal stresses. But what we're seeing is that this is a look at MCE's rates in a calendar year, because PG&E generally changes their rates in January. So we're looking at a comparison of MCE rates plus the PCIA that our customers pay compared to PG&E rates. In the calendar year 2021, as I think many of you know, MCE's costs, our customer costs, were actually higher than PG&E, in large part due to the PCIA. In calendar year 22, the current year, we are lower than PG&E. PG&E had to raise their rates significantly. The PCIA went down significantly. MCE, again, we did raise rates as well, but we're significantly lower than PG&E currently. And projected for next year, we expect the PCIA, that kind of dark green line, to go down to almost zero, which is truly reflective of what's happening in the costs of energy in the energy markets. And that we do expect PG&E to raise rates, but now we're projecting that they stay about the same. And so, MCE will be significantly costs we expect next year under the current rate structure to be significantly lower than PG&E. So there is an opportunity for MCE to increase our rates again, to kind of capture some of these additional costs and still remain significantly below where PG&E is. So that's something we probably will want to talk about to the board in the coming months, is to how are we to react and address these additional costs that MCE is experiencing. And the other thing I did want to point out, and so as you saw that sort of net revenue number go down, we're sort of
set up to be able to absorb some of these increased costs in the current fiscal year. And we are doing that. We're not passing those costs directly on to customers. We're absorbing those increased costs in our margins, and our margin, that's what caused our margins to go down. And so it's something that obviously we're willing to do, but it's really not a sustainable approach. We do need to kind of look at rates, look at the reality of what costs are being, or where costs are and where they're going, and potentially look at rates further to address that. So I think that ends our kind of state of the markets presentation, and certainly would like to open it to any questions.
Okay, well, that was heavy. Are there questions or comments from board members? I guess I had one, and that is, to what extent do all these market issues affect investor-owned utilities? I mean, obviously you've outlined a lot of challenges to MCE and to CCAs in general, but don't a lot of these also affect investor-owned utilities? It's not like one-sided, is it?
No, Director Budd, you are absolutely right. In general, it applies to all entities within investor-owned utility footprint, like CCAs are. However, there are some marginal benefits of being an IOU, like Brian tried to explain, where they can retain their own surplus resources and allocate the cost of it to everybody else. And that the scarcity of resource that the IOUs seem to hold significant amount is, like close to 50% increasing the cost of the rest of us. So in general, we are about the same, but they are a little bit ahead of the game.
Other questions or comments? Go ahead, Director Darling.
I was just wondering, it sounds like from what Garth was saying that we're digging into our net position. When are we going to have to look at rate changes to deal with that? When do you think that's going to happen?
Yeah, that's sorry, Garth, if I may just take that. Yeah, Director Darling, good question. Our intent is to come to you probably still next month to start doing some further digging and much more detailed analysis as to what does that mean to us in our expectations, and to look at the next level of requirements that we need to address, as the excellent team explained to you. So it's right around the corner, and the opportunity to dig much deeper is at a separate board and committee meetings.
And then do we know when, because I know PG&E's decisions on their rate setting will affect the PCIA. Do we know what they're thinking right now? Are we going to know enough about where the PCIA is going to go?
I think we do, and Garth tried to articulate that. Garth shared with you all what we know of the latest, and we would know more in the coming weeks and months, and we will bring this for your decision making probably no more than November, December timeline as to what to do for next calendar year.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, as you saw, that PCIA, again, it's as a projection, and we use a couple of different services to assist with that. But right now, given where costs have gone, for these market benchmark costs, it's very possible that the PCIA will go to zero next year. So you say, does it affect the utilities? Yes, it does affect the utilities. And I also wanted to make clear, you said that we were sort of going into our net position. I want to make sure I'm clear about this. So our current net position is sort of our reserves. Think of it as our corpus. We're not going into that. We're not utilizing our savings, if you will, to cover costs this year. What I was putting up on the screen there was a projection of the addition to our net position, sort of what was going to be our net revenues this year, and how that has been declining.
Okay, so that's the addition to the net position, not our net position.
Yeah,
okay, good.
Yeah, that is not our reserve that we're spending down to meet costs this year. But it just goes to show you, we anticipated to actually add a lot to our net position And that number is steadily declining.
Okay, I feel just a little bit better. Thank you.
Yes.
Director Burson, go ahead.
Yes, considering the industry position, are we at that level where we should start to actively look at mergers and acquisitions to take over other CCAs to deal with mass expansion in terms of the deal with these challenges? Is this something that we should consider? And what would be your advice in that regard?
Yeah, I can take a shot to that. Oh, I'm sorry, Don. Go ahead if you want.
No, please go ahead, Vicken.
Yeah. Oh, the very strategic question, Director Berzant. It's given the burden of having load, probably this is not a priority to increase the load and exposure to higher megawatt levels of requirements. I think we have a very good size to effectively do purchases with our credit rating. But like we previously discussed, I think a possible long-term ownership investment in power plant that we're going to look at is the right way to go and bring to your board for opinions and direction. But that's a sensitivity that we continue to look at. But at this time, it's not probably recommendable to increase load levels.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, any other questions or, okay, go ahead, Director Kwok.
That was a fantastic presentation. I learned so much. Maybe one question or observation I had is, as you painted the picture of the future, this very challenging and uncertain future, is that the method of how we contract with procurement or any vendors in the future is really pressured to change. It's got to be different because speaking from the industry side, there is all the supply chain disruption that's been happening, and you talked about how vendors want to index potentially their sales to us based on price of goods at the time in 1, 2, or 3 years from now. So, and I think I heard staff say that was not something you're considering. But that's like the $1 million question, really, right? Because we may not be able to, we won't be able to procure like we have been in the past. And that's where, there's just so much industry uncertainty. And the question is, who wears the risk? Is it the developers and vendors? Or we can't not wear the risk as the MCEs of the world. So I think this is a very challenging and difficult question to figure out. I don't have an answer, but I just wanted to thank the staff for framing that so well on such a difficult topic. The second comment I have would be on the 24 slice framework, which I was not aware of, but I thought that was a very good way to look at the challenge that we're going to have to figure out what to do at 4 o'clock in August and 5 o'clock in August, and how do you comply against that. And maybe this could come up later in the agenda as we're talking about the load management question. But I think that MCE could do a matchmaking role where it can match, who MCE might know who are the customers using 4 o'clock power, and then match that with the energy efficiency and energy storage providers who have the solutions, because those outside companies may not know the exact targets to where the solution is needed. So I just wonder how we can do matchmaking to create more efficiencies and get solutions faster. So thanks a lot for that presentation.
You're welcome, Director Kwok. I just want to say that, the previous presentation and the next presentation is about our significant partnership with our customers' resources, from EVs to rooftop solar to battery storage to heat pumps, electric water heaters, and all that. We're going to learn a lot from our Richmond virtual power plant project, where we can have a partnership with our customers to use the investments we want to do. The board that had a lot of ideas how to partner with our customers in helping them, from the low income all the way to everybody else, how to use our own resources to respond to system conditions with the participation of our customers. So that is something we are deeply invested in, and we're looking forward to that moving forward. But thank you again for the comment.
Do we have any comments from the public?
I see no raised hands, Chair.
Okay, well, if there are no other comments from board members, I think that brings us to our lunch break. It's now 12:12. What time do you want to reconvene, Dawn?
We're going to reconvene at 1 p.m. So it's
Okay.
a little less than an hour-long lunch break. And really appreciate everyone's participation throughout the morning. We do expect the afternoon presentation to wrap up before 3 p.m. Certainly, it should be a bit shorter than that. So we hope to give you a bit of time back there, but please enjoy a little bit of a break during lunch, and we'll see you back here at 1 p.m.
Okay, enjoy your lunch. We'll see you at 1. Okay, so it's 1 o'clock and we'll jump into the afternoon program. Item 9, MCE load shifting programs, past, present, and future.
Wonderful. And I'll just say that this is a really nice item to be able to cover after the presentation we had before lunch, because it's very solutions oriented and shows how we're addressing a lot of the issues and constraints in the market in a really innovative way. So we're going to hear from Joey Landy, who's with our customer programs team. So Joey, feel free to take it away.
Thank you, Dawn, and good afternoon to the board. My name is Joey Landy, and I have the privilege of serving as a manager of customer programs on the customer programs team. I've been with MCE since 2017 and work closely with our non-residential energy efficiency programs, our load shifting programs, and our EV programs. First slide, please. So this topic is probably not new to all of you, but if it is, it may feel like we're going to get into the weeds a little bit. But it's super important, and I trust that if you're in this meeting, you're willing to play ball. We're going to cover some of our past and current programs and even some results. But we also want to do is provide you with some context for some of the factors that we consider when designing these types of programs. So I'll start with what load shifting really is. And I think it's helpful to start with our average daily load shape, which is embedded here on the right. And it may look familiar to you because, like all of California, MCE's load shape resembles a duck, the infamous duck curve that you've probably heard quite a bit about. And what it illustrates is that demand is too high in the evening, and it's even worse during heat waves in the summer. And load shifting is just one way for us to flatten the duck, by moving electricity out of the 4 to 9 p.m. summer hours, shown in the yellow bar on the right. And with load shifting, we're not trying to decrease overall energy consumption. We're not talking about energy conservation or energy efficiency. We're just trying to tweak demand with small changes and ideally move it to the midday hours when solar is abundant. And as a so-called demand side activity, load shifting relies on customer willingness to take action. That could include adjusting operating hours, shifting production cycles to other times of the day, pre-cooling a building to allow it to float through the peak hours without running AC, or discharging batteries. And what's great is that we're seeing more and more opportunities. And as we push to electrify more building equipment and transportation, we have a real opportunity to make sure that these technologies are flexible, meaning they can be responsive to grid needs, to price signals, to programs or rates. Next slide, please. So why does it matter? I think on the surface level, we often talk about how load shifting can support grid stability, can reduce emissions, and drive cost savings for both MCE and customers. It can also help mitigate the need for peaker plants. These are the natural gas power plants that are brought online when demand is expected to spike. And peaker plants raise some very real equity and environmental justice concerns. They're located disproportionately in disadvantaged communities that have for decades borne an inequitable share of the state's air pollution and corresponding health impacts. But I think the main reason we need to engage in load shifting is a pretty simple one, and that's just to advance our mission. The duck curve is in many ways just a symptom of some of our own success. All of us here support more renewable generation and more electrification, and for really good reasons. There's sort of the primary tools for reducing emissions, but advancing them further also depends on our ability to balance load. So we need more flexible electricity demand to match the intermittent supply. And the headlines on the right are from earlier this month and are really nudging at that question. Can we handle more electrification and more renewable generation and still maintain a stable grid. Again, load shifting is just one tool to help get us there, but it's an important one, especially because load shifting can be driven through voluntary action and incentivized with customer benefits rather than customer costs. Next slide, please. So before we get too much further, I want to get you all thinking about how we can scale load shifting further with some questions. So how do we convince customers to forego some of their air conditioning on the hottest days of the year? And I listed 105 degrees here, but keep in mind that this last heat wave in early September, we saw temps as high as 116 degrees. And what about batteries? A lot of customers have interest in batteries, but it's often for resiliency, where they might reserve their battery for backup generation when a blackout may be possible. So how do we convince them to discharge that battery anyways, despite the blackout risk? And for EV owners, not everyone has access to workplace charging, and many EV owners rely on a slow evening charge at home, plugging in right in the middle of the peak hours. Or change it to business. Will industry shift production cycles, or will private companies adjust business hours to a different time frame? And for most of us here and MCE's customers, we work fairly standard hours and get home in the evening, prep dinner for ourselves or our families, and run the dishwasher, washer and dryer to keep everything on track. So what does it take to adjust the time when we run these appliances? So I'll leave it here with an opening. How did everyone respond to the flex alerts during the heat wave? Do you think it's anything we can implement at scale? And open to anyone who wants to share if there's noteworthy action. I know I struggled to do much of anything.
You know, just to get the discussion going, I'll make one comment that we made an interesting, we made a decision at MCE to request that staff, plug their computers in during the day, but unplug them starting at 4 p.m. and even encouraging folks on some of the worst days to wrap up work early at 4 p.m. If needed on those extreme heat wave days. And we suggested to some of our businesses that they do the same. So just one little idea. Love to hear others.
So does anybody have any questions? I had a quick one. What does daylight savings time do to this? Does it exacerbate the duck curve or help it? I think it probably helps it, right? But
that's a fantastic question. I have not thought about that yet.
Well, you know, every year there's a discussion about whether or not to abandon daylight savings time, and it's got to have some impact on energy usage one way or another.
Yeah, my understanding is that it does help with energy efficiency by taking advantage of, what little daylight hours there are, that start to dwindle towards the end of the year. I think when we were more of an agricultural society, using those hours in the early morning was more important, but now it's more of those evening daylight hours that are important to help with the grid and overlap with when solar is producing. So I think it's helpful. Just wish we could keep that sun up a little bit longer.
Director Kwok, you have a question? Go ahead.
Sure. No, I'm just responding to what do we do. My wife pre-cooled the house in the morning and made sure the air conditioning was off by noon. We hung the clothing out to dry instead of using the dryer, and opened the windows at night. But I think overall California did a good job to show that we can do demand management.
Director Haroff, go ahead.
I just want to echo the comment. I've been really strong in trying to educate every member of my family to follow those parameters. We do it here in our home. Power goes off about 3 o'clock in the afternoon or 2 o'clock, I can't remember when. And then it doesn't come on until later in the evening. So I encourage everyone to do the same thing. And as I said, I've instructed my entire family across the state to do it.
Okay, other questions or comments? Do we have any public speakers who want to comment on this before we move on?
No, Chair, I don't see any raised hands.
Okay.
That's great. It's awesome to hear what folks are doing, and you know that load is actually being shifted. I think let's just keep these questions in mind as we go through the rest of the deck. But I'll keep going now. We got plenty of content to cover. Next slide, please. And if you could click next one more time so the full graphic shows up. There we go. And once more. And once again, there we go. Perfect. So I think when launching a load shifting program, we need to start by just defining what it is. And the graphic here on the right attempts to illustrate what load shifting, energy efficiency, and DR can look like side by side. This is a hypothetical. So let's just assume these load curves represent a big box retailer with a really good energy manager. The blue load curve up top is the baseline. So this is prior to an energy efficiency project being completed. And let's say that this was a full air conditioning system replacement with some new controls tied to an energy management system. And you can see the improved efficiency of the new air conditioning, and that's the black line. So the savings are simply the difference between the two. And the load shapes are pretty similar. It's just that one is lower because it's more efficient. So let's say that this was no ordinary day and the forecast was for 100 degrees and there was a flex alert. In response, the energy manager chose to take advantage of new controls and pre-cool the building. So that's shown as the second hump there in the black line. And it doesn't really register at all in the baseline load curve. And thanks to the pre-cooling, the set points on the thermostats were adjusted during the peak hours, resulting in a much lower demand spike than we might have expected. So the energy efficiency impact here, again, is pretty obvious. But how is the impact of the pre-cooling measured? It's the difference between the green demand spike and the actual demand shown in black. The green spike represents demand that we would have otherwise expected, and that load was shifted. And since it happened during a demand response event, we might also call it demand response. And I think one of the questions here is, does all this back-end accounting really matter? To some extent, not at all. I think our position is that almost anything that can reduce peak demand is arguably a form of load shifting. But it does matter in the regulatory context and in our access to CPUC funding. And that's where we find some real barriers. We have significant access to energy efficiency funding with the CPUC, but we typically can't use those funds for load shifting projects like battery storage or managed EV charging. And even electrification doesn't fit well within the CPUC's rules. And so there's no good framework for valuing or measuring it all together. But we've made some real progress on this, and our Peak Flex Market program, which we'll talk about more in a few minutes, is one of the first, if not the very first program that integrates a really wide range of demand side project types. Next slide, please. So the opportunities with load shifting are huge. We can simultaneously reduce emissions, improve grid reliability, and lower costs for both customers and MCE. For MCE, the greatest benefits are probably in the opportunity to lower our resource adequacy obligations. If we can demonstrate consistent, defensible reductions in peak demand, then we may find some real tangible benefit in avoided RA costs. But the challenges are real too, and I think the most difficult among them is finding value for customers. An energy efficiency project will provide savings throughout the year, potentially every hour of the year, and for the entire life cycle of a product that was installed. It could be 15 years or more. And so from a purely business standpoint, these projects are no-brainers because they can pay themselves off quickly. But with load shifting, the bill savings accrue to a 5-hour time frame. So even if load is shifted every day of the summer, it's really still peanuts in comparison to energy efficiency, where there's 8,760 hours in a year, and there's just 450 in the summer peak hours. And program incentives and rebates tend to follow suit with fairly weak customer offers. We've seen load shifting programs asking customers to sign over control of their thermostat for $5 a month in the summer. And to me, that's not going to do much given the importance of AC and heat waves. So we need to approach load shifting creatively and make sure that customers can find some real benefit there too. And don't expect that they'll show up just to support grid reliability out of good intentions. Next slide, please. So before getting into some of our current and past programs, I wanted to touch on load shifting measurement again briefly, because it underpins so much of this work. And it may seem obvious to many of you, but to understand how much load was shifted, we need a very good sense of what demand would have been without the load shifting. And on the right, you'll see an article from the CAISO noting that new ways of demand response measurement are being explored. And that's happening because demand response has struggled in recent years, and that's partially due to weak measurement methods. The graph below shows the problem. This is an analysis of OhmConnect's customers. Many of you may be familiar with OhmConnect. They provide various rewards and products to customers for reducing demand when called to action. But here's the problem. Even though OhmConnect customers have been reducing demand, and it's shown there in the blue line, the CAISO approved baseline for measuring that load reduction wasn't adjusted enough to account for the extreme heat on that day. So customer loads were already much higher than they would have been. And even though load was clearly shed, nobody was credited. OhmConnect obviously wasn't happy and has been exploring other opportunities ever since. And this type of result can be devastating for a program. So the basis for a good program is an ability to quantify, value, and then pay for the impacts. And an informed estimate may be okay sometimes, but it's really not good enough to draw the interest of the dozens of providers and technology companies who work on these types of projects. We can't scale up load shifting to the level we need on our own. And the way that we pay for impacts needs transparency, consistency, and accuracy. And doing this well is a huge lift in data and analytics. And it's increasingly important as more flexible loads, from batteries to EVs to electrified appliances, make it even more challenging to assess performance because of the variable baseline. Next slide, please. Okay, I'm going to provide a quick overview of some of the load shifting initiatives that MCE has deployed in the past and what we're doing now. There are some related efforts under the umbrella of our energy efficiency programs, including a partnership with Nest Thermostats, but we'll focus here on initiatives that were really outside of EE. So first, MCE launched a partnership with Tesla in 2014. The goal was to increase battery ownership through marketing, bill credits, and a financing offer. Uptake among residential customers was not as expected. And the early lesson learned was that the return on investment for residential customers was just not compelling. But the partnership did evolve into a large storage project at the College of Marin. Then in 2015, MCE kicked off a pilot with AutoGrid. This was a 3-week pilot to test the use of AutoGrid's DROM software, which was monitoring HVAC loads. And in the end, 10 thermostats were installed. But connectivity issues to the devices prevented us from doing much more. In 2016, we partnered with eMotorworks to market the JuiceNet-enabled chargers to MCE customers. There were 3 use cases there. First, eMotorworks was to incorporate MCE customers into a DR bid with PG&E. Second, eMotorworks was tasked with acquiring revenues from the day-ahead market via the JuiceNet fleet. And these revenues were going to be split between MCE and eMotorworks. Third, eMotorworks was tasked with reducing electricity consumption in the JuiceNet fleet from periods of high wholesale prices to periods of low wholesale prices. And MCE was going to share 20% of the savings with eMotorworks. And in the end, 23 customers signed up, but the project lost some traction due to limited overall value and enrollments. In 2020, we launched the energy storage program. The program is currently on track to install 8 megawatt-hours worth of battery storage. This includes 20 residential batteries within the Concerto platform. 69 residential batteries are installed. 2 non-residential batteries are installed. And another 44 residential batteries are approaching installation with permission to operate. And we've learned a lot about storage through this program. There's a lot of interest in storage among our customers, especially for resiliency. But the supplier and vendor network seems to be lagging, and that has inhibited a really smooth growth of the program and a smooth customer experience. In 2022, MCE kicked off the Richmond Virtual Power Plant project, MCE Sync, a managed EV charging program, and our marketplace programs, which include the Peak Flex market, and we'll discuss 2 of those more in a minute. And as far as planned activities go for 2023 and beyond, we've included a funding request to continue the marketplace programs. And that funding request is in our energy efficiency business plan application, and plan to continue and expand MCE Sync as well. Next slide, please. So we have a number of programs that are contributing to load shifting, but I'm gonna only focus on 2 of them today. MCE Sync and the Peak Flex market. And the reason is that both of these programs were leveraged heavily during the heat wave earlier this month. And we'd like to review some of the actions taken and some of the preliminary results with you. Next slide. So MCE Sync is a smart EV charging program that was launched earlier this year with 3 objectives. First, we have a foundational goal of shifting charging load outside of the peak time frame. Second, we want to reduce customer bills, which happens by automatically setting charge times to off-peak hours. Third, we want to explore how load shifting can be better aligned with renewable generation. So we're not just shifting charging, but making sure that charging happens during the midday peak solar hours. Next slide, please. In just a short time frame, this program's shown some really promising results. To me, it indicates that managing charging loads is not just promising, it's already happening. Among the program participants, roughly 93% of the charging load has been shifted to off-peak hours. These 2 graphs show a comparison between a population of EV owners not enrolled in the program and those who are. Via the MCE Sync app, customers sync their charger and their vehicle to the app, which then automates charging scheduling and ensures that it occurs off-peak. Customers also earn a $30 sign-up bonus and up to $10 a month for charging during low-carbon event windows. Next slide, please. The previous slides show the programmatic impact leveraging charger data, but this here is the average load impact at the home meter level, where you can see the peak savings clearly registering over the peak hours. The program underwent a third-party assessment of impacts early last summer, and the results are incredible. Not only do we know that charge times have shifted based on the app and the charger, but it's showing up at the meter. And so these customers are receiving some real benefit. The average non-participant EV customer has an hourly load that's 12 to 35% higher in the 4 to 9 p.m. timeframe. And this also confirms a key statistic that we found in the MCE Sync pilot. And that's that 60% of pilot participants had not used any scheduled charging function prior to engaging with the program. Customers simply started charging right when they plugged in, which was typically during the 4 to 9 p.m. window. So this analysis is an important step for understanding how the program is delivering value to customers, but also how MCE could leverage the program's impacts or enroll participants in meter-based programs that pay out based on measured impacts. And that's exactly what we're doing with these customers now, who are now part of our Peak Flex program. Next slide, please. I had the chance to speak to most of you in July and introduce our marketplace programs, and the Peak Flex market is one of them. The Peak Flex market is in its first year of a 2-year funding cycle. The CPUC awarded $11 million in funding to the Peak Flex market in December of last year, and it's a dedicated load shifting and demand response program. it pays a base rate for load shifting out of the peak hours every day from June through October. And it also calls its own demand response events. And these are pegged to CAISO Flex Alerts. And the program is unique for a few different reasons. First, it's open to any technology or action that can demonstrate demand reduction. So the load shifting only needs to be detectable. Second, it operates upstream from customers. So payments are made to participating providers, who we refer to as aggregators, who are then free to determine the correct cost share with customers based on their business model. And the reason for this is to extend the program's reach rather than relying on a single technology or a single company's service. So instead, the program's open to this broad network of companies who do everything from battery installations to smart thermostats, behavioral messaging, and there's some virtual power plant providers in the mix as well. And unlike most DR load shifting programs, it's also joined at the hip with a sister energy efficiency program. And these are our efficiency marketplace programs. These are built off the same platform, but they pay for the long-term value of energy efficiency rather than just the short-term value of load shifting. And having these programs run side by side allows an opportunity for aggregators to expand or provide new depth to the scope of services that they provide with customers. And we're already seeing the success of this type of program model. Through the Peak Flex market, we're collaborating with 26 different aggregators, some of whom are shown here on the right. And we've enrolled some large volumes of customers, over 2,000 just this summer, many coming in through the most recent heat wave. And this includes 1,500 residential batteries, over 200 dispatchable smart thermostats, over 400 managed EV charging customers, and roughly 50 accounts from some of our top commercial and municipal customers, including some of our own member communities. So with that, I think I'm going to pass it over to Jamie Tuckey, who's going to cover some of MCE's outreach activities in response to the grid emergency.
Thanks, Joey. Next slide, please. So, you know, obviously we're all very aware of this crazy heat wave that we had earlier this month, and it was a really important and very real opportunity for us to be able to illustrate the effectiveness and importance of some of our load shifting programs. I feel like I'm personally still sweating from that heat wave and the pressure to get the load shifting message out far and wide. The California Independent System Operator issued 10 consecutive days of flex alerts, asking everyone in California to conserve as much power as possible from 4 to 9 p.m. And MCE was part of this massive statewide effort, which was coordinated by the governor's office and the California Independent System Operator, and also called upon the CPUC, the CEC, all of the investor-owned utilities, and of course, the many, many small but mighty CCAs to all you know, do everything we could to help prevent rolling power outages because of the shortages in power supply that were associated with that heat wave. And so we saw some really impressive results with the programs, specifically with Peak Flex Market and MCE Sync. And I believe on the, well, actually, before I hand it back to Joey to talk about some of the results, the detailed results from these programs, I just wanted to mention that we implemented an emergency enrollment option for our Peak Flex Market program that removed some of the requirements that we would typically have in place in order to get customers enrolled. And we saw a huge uptick in participation. So we got over 2,000 new enrollments, including 53 of our top 500 largest commercial customers, two sites that had public EV charging stations, and about 2,000 residential batteries. So that was a really big win to add that into the Peak Flex Market program in time to respond to these events. Next slide, and I believe this one is for Joey. Yes.
Thanks, Jamie. Yeah, as Jamie outlined, this was a heavy lift from the Public Affairs Department, the customer programs team, and participating aggregators and our implementation partner, Recurve. We pulled out all the stops for the heat wave and had 10 consecutive demand response events called between August 31st and September 9th. These are our preliminary results, and I'll caveat this by saying that this is an early view, but I don't expect the needle to move very much. But we're seeing roughly 30,000 kilowatt hours in load shifted or reduced out of the peak hours during the heat wave. And this is huge. It's the equivalent of taking 545 average customers offline in the same time frame. Demand impacts vary depending on the hour we're talking about, but by the time September 8th rolled around, when enrollment was the strongest, average peak demand reduction during the peak hours was 1.52 megawatts, with a maximum for any single hour at 1.79 megawatts. In capacity terms, that's roughly equivalent to half of MCE's American Canyon solar project, or twice that of the biogas system at Central Marin Sanitation. But a better way to contextualize those impacts may be in the potential cost savings for MCE. So what were our energy costs at 6 p.m. On September 8th? And if we can demonstrate these impacts consistently, what might we find in RA savings? And these are super important questions that we'll be exploring more in the coming months. And as we continue to review these results, I know for a fact that we'll have some really exciting customer stories to share as well. Just yesterday, our own technology and analytics department turned out some really great analyses showing clear load shifting, like pre-cooling, with some of our top customers. And this was due to decisive action from many of our own member communities. So we're really looking forward to connecting with staff and reporting out on facility-specific impacts in the near future. Next slide, please.
Popcorning it back to me.
Yep.
Thanks, Joey. So I just wanted to go over a quick highlight of all of the outreach that we did for these flex alerts. I know that we sent many messages to you over these 10 consecutive days of flex alerts. And I really appreciate everything that you all did to help join in these efforts and spread the word to your communities and constituents. We directly contacted over 315,000 of our customers during this time period. We sent 2 emails to over 300,000 customers, and we had an amazing 56% open rate. A 56% open rate for an email is really impressive. So we were very pleased to see that. We sent over 24 personalized emails to our top 2,000 largest commercial customers, all of our local government staff contacts, 40 business associations, and 16 housing associations. We also put up a banner on our website and did daily posts on all of our social media channels. And one thing that was really unique about this situation was the fact that the governor issued an emergency proclamation that suspended air district and permitting requirements for backup generators. And we were asked, we and the loads, the investor-owned utilities and the CCAs were all asked that we contact customers with generators and ask them if they would be willing to power up their generators and go off grid during the flex alerts throughout this period. And so we did reach out to our customers, and I've listed here on the slide the estimated daily load reductions from customers plugging into their backup generators. So we were just seeing a little over 5 megawatts on the 3 days that our customers went off the grid and relied on their generators instead. Next slide, please. Thanks. So we had a really good timing with this extended flex alert because we launched our own load shifting advertising campaign in late August, just a couple of days before this 10-day heat wave occurred. And our intention with the campaign was to inspire behavioral change and try and get our customers to pay attention to their energy usage and use less power from 4 to 9. So we created a campaign that focuses on the cost saving benefits for our customers by avoiding using energy when it's most expensive. And we really tried to approach it with a fun and human-centered way. And right now, our ad campaign is broadcasting right now with a commercial on Bravo, CNN, ESPN, HDTV, and TLC. It's streaming on radio for Spotify, Pandora, and the others listed here. We also have digital, online, and social ads. And I would love if we can go to the next slide to show the crown jewel. Oops, can you pause it for a second? Maybe restart. It also, I didn't hear any sound. I just want to make sure that the sound is connected too. But if you haven't seen it yet, this is the crown jewel of our current ad campaign. And it's just a 30-second advertising spot of our commercial.
Not enough out there for you, Bay Area? When you use less power from 4 to 9 p.m., you'll save money and reduce pollution. Set your air conditioner to 78 or higher and keep the air moving with fans. Put down that dirty laundry. No appliances until after 9. Those dishes can wait. You'll save money. This message is brought to you by your friends at MCE, empowering our clean energy future.
So I think my internet's a little bit slow. I had a hard time hearing that, but I heard some chuckles, which tells me that you probably did hear it. And hopefully you got to hear our little jingle at the end about saving power, saving money every time. And if you weren't able to hear this, feel free to reach out to us afterwards. I'd love to send you a link, but you can also check any of the many recent messages that we have sent you. Most likely does have a link to this commercial. I don't know if we're pausing for questions, but I do see a hand raised.
Director Haroff, go ahead.
I just wanted to comment. I see these commercials relentlessly because I watch a lot of cable news in the background, and they're there and they're wonderful. Every time I see one of them, it makes me proud to be associated with this organization. So keep it up and keep pushing them out.
Thank you so much. I hope you're singing our jingle to your friends.
Well, I don't have that much memory capacity, but,
Okay,
but I do enjoy them very much.
thank you.
Director Thayer, go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to echo Director Haroff's comments. They are fantastic. So thank you very much. They represent us all very well.
Okay, any other questions before we move on?
I think I'm going to actually do one more popcorn back to Joey.
Hey, I got a quick question that kind of plays into this a little bit. I'm curious, you know, during this 4 to 9 period, what loads are most prevalent? I mean, where's the biggest opportunity to cut?
I think I can take that one. So the biggest reason for the demand spike is just the increased cooling load. So if you want to simplify it in terms of one end use that you would want to target, it's air conditioning load. Other loads also will increase as a result of the heat, but that's the first one to tackle.
And it seems like a lot of that could be tied to building design, you know, building design that reduces heat loads could have a dramatic effect on that. Okay, I see a hand up from Director Galati. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I love the commercials as well. I was just curious to see if you have any in Spanish.
We do. So we don't have a Spanish version of this specific commercial, but we do. So along with this campaign, we have digital ads, we have stickers and magnets and other swag items that we give out. And that has been translated into Spanish. Obviously not word for word because we wouldn't have, you know, it's a little bit different on the Spanish side, just so that we can still have that fun approach that you see in this one. And I'd be happy to share those with you if you're interested.
That would be lovely. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Okay, I see a hand up from Bruce Ackerman, so go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, I really wanted to thank you both for this presentation. This is something that I've been hoping to see, and it's been incredibly informative. Maybe you have more for us even. Couple of questions that I had. With regard to the MCE sink and the electric vehicles and also dishwashers, our laundry, all have, in our household, they all have the ability to program them. We can program them ourselves to make sure that they charge at the right time. And we have from the beginning when we first had an electric vehicle. So that's just essentially a behavioral change or educational change. And that is supported by, I recently figured out that we should really be, and I transferred over to the EV2 rate plan, which is less expensive for our family overall, which I didn't know about until I really looked at them more carefully. That's actually lower rates across the board, and it's specifically targeted toward the 4 to 9 period. So that's, again, an educational thing. It also does depend on being able to actually access a time of day rate plan, which requires having a digital meter. But we've had one since we put solar in quite a long time ago, so we do have it. And I heartily agree with Commissioner Butt's comment that the building design is very important, especially, well, for anybody. In our area here in Fairfax, we don't have air conditioning, and a lot of people don't have it and don't need it, but our house stays very comfortable in that kind of hot weather because we've done a lot of insulation work and windows and attic insulation, wall insulation, and so forth. So we just open our house up at night, close it during the day, and we do pretty well. So those are just 3 comments, and just my overall curiosity is how that fits in with the very successful to date programs that you've reported on, and with regard to the fact that these technologies are actually already in a lot of people's hands, and but on the other hand, behavioral change on its own is a hard thing to pull off. So how can you take advantage of these things? Thank you. Thank you again for the presentation.
Okay, thank you. I guess we're ready to move on.
That'd be great. Next slide, please.
Let's see that one again.
Yes, please.
I also love the video. This slide is actually great timing because it does respond to some of those questions. And I think, you know, to the idea of some of these newer appliances having some element of smart technology scheduling in them, you know, I think our ability to ramp up their impacts and improve the numbers of these devices in customers' homes is really, it's best delivered through energy efficiency. There are very few customers who will buy a new dryer, dishwasher, etc., for the purpose of that flexibility. But what they will buy is a new energy efficiency appliance. And so I just want to take a moment to reinforce the value of energy efficiency and remind all of us that in aggregate, energy efficiency is also its own form of permanent load shifting. What we need is overall reductions in peak demand in our load curve. And you don't need customers with high peak hour exposure to do it. So one unit of load reduction affects our load curve in the same way, no matter who that customer is or whether it was load shifted or permanently reduced. And then, you know, the simplest way to do that is to continue and expand these core energy efficiency programs, which almost always deliver the most customer value. And in the process, those projects can help carry the incremental cost of projects that have smart controls or managed charging or batteries. The cost will look much more reasonable when paired with savings. And also the load impact of energy efficiency is a load impact that keeps on delivering. The load reductions that we achieved 5 years ago are still delivering that impact today. So I didn't want to harp on anything that's not news to the folks here, but I just wanted to bring that up because energy efficiency is often drowned out by the buzz around new technologies like heat pumps or batteries, and we need to move ahead with a real focus on customer benefits. Next slide, please. So we have a number of really impressive projects going, including the Richmond Virtual Power Plant project, which I'm sure you'll hear more about in the coming months. We're also working hard to ensure that we can leverage ratepayer funding wherever possible in load shifting programs, just like we do in energy efficiency. And a key reason for that is that these programs deliver grid benefits. The value of avoiding blackouts extends far beyond MCE in our customer base. And we will, of course, continue our efforts to integrate these different program types and finding more value for customers in the process. We're also hoping to expand our network of trade allies and program partners. There's a vast pool of companies who are doing innovative and valuable work in our service area, and we need to make it as easy as possible for them to collaborate with us. Our goals generally align, and we need the skills and the reach that they bring to the table. And last, we're going to continue to explore innovation and measurement for some of the reasons that I outlined previously. This space is becoming more complex, and so we need to stay on top of what's happening. Next slide, please. I'm going to end with a few key points pulled from a recent study on demand response that explored load shifting in depth. And the key conclusions are that load shifting is fundamentally new. It's not the same demand response of 10 years ago. It has the potential to substantially reduce generation needs and at lower cost than battery storage. And to me, that means that we'll find more success with our customers in expanding load shifting efforts than we would focusing on something like storage alone. And finally, we need to stay engaged on the regulatory side of things to ensure that demand side resources become more integrated in how they're funded, evaluated, and delivered through programs. And I think that wraps up the deck. Thanks very much.
Okay, questions and comments? I had a quick one. It seems to me like EV charging is the low-hanging fruit here. We know because of state mandates, the presumption is that everybody who has a vehicle is going to be driving an EV in the next decade. And so for every EV that's purchased, it means that we're shifting from fossil fuel powered energy to electric energy. So the electric demand is going way up. And if we don't find a way to moderate that and load shift it, it could blow the whole system out, right? So
yeah, that's exactly right, and I think that's one of the challenges that's causing there to be such a statewide focus on addressing demand, because we're the electric vehicles is the big lever, but there's also other electrification efforts happening as far as HVAC
right.
and heat pump water heaters and other forms of electrification that are shifting us away from gas. So yeah, it really does compound the effort and makes it a lot more urgent.
Director Kwok, go ahead.
Thank you. Great presentation. And I have a question about the Peak Flex Market program, which I'm really glad MCE was pioneer and one of the earliest to jump on board. I was glad to see over 2,000 customers sign up for that in just the last year. My question is that the funding for it was $11 million from the December 2021 CPUC funding. So that was only for 2 years. Do we know that whether, given the success of the program, whether we would find funding or the CPUC is intending to fund anything beyond that first 2 years? Or is it going to, what's our anticipation of the future of that program?
It's a really great question. You're right. It's funded at this point for 2 years. We have included an additional funding request in our energy efficiency business plan application. The reason why I'm hesitant to give a confident answer is that the peak flex market is really unusual in energy efficiency terms. Energy efficiency funding historically cannot be leveraged to do things other than energy efficiency. But I think, you know, we've seen a growing willingness among staff at the CPUC to entertain new program types that try to pull these things together. It's been flagged in a number of comments over recent years that these silos that exist in access to funding are really problematic in delivering a comprehensive program. And so it does seem like there's a willingness to take a new approach. But yeah, we don't know yet. I think we'll soon hear some feedback on our business plan application. And at that point, we may have a better sense for what the funding opportunity may be past 2023.
Okay, let's see. Bruce Ackerman, go ahead.
Thank you for letting me speak a second time. This is close to my heart. It occurs to me that there are possibly a couple of areas for lobbying efforts that we might consider to address this issue. One, of course, would be to try to get some help in addressing the resource adequacy from this type of work. But the other one that just occurs to me is you mentioned, Joey, that, and I'm not sure what figures you have for this, but you mentioned that a lot of EV users, from what I understood you to say, don't program their cars. They just come home, plug them in at the obvious hour when they arrive at home, and then they go in and turn on their stove and add to their load. And the technology is already there, and they would save money if they had the right rate plan. So I know there's already a lot of effort to try to promote EV rate plans, but that would be something that can be done, and possibly on the state level push that forward. But what if there were a regulation by the state on automobile sales, that the EVs sold in California be pre-programmed by the seller to not charge from 4 to 9. As far as I know, I may be wrong, but I don't know of any EV that doesn't have that capability. You can sit down and program it, but the question is whether people will do that, and maybe just say, let's pre-program them that way. They can take them off if they want to, but that would be something that could be done when the EV is sold, so that customers can plug it in when they want to. We plug it in when we come home at night, but it doesn't start charging until after midnight.
Okay, Director Burson, go ahead.
Yeah, you know, it's very nice that we have
You're muted, I think, or something.
Can you hear me now?
I can't hear you.
All right, well.
You sound really far away.
Yeah, it's hard to hear.
Let me try this. All right, can you hear better now?
Not working.
Better?
Nope.
Okay, well.
Here you go.
Can you hear me now?
Now we can
Okay,
hear you, yes.
All right. It's nice that we have a very well done little advertisement and our little video commercial. Do we have any proof that it's working?
That is in process. So the video is airing for about 5 or 6 weeks, and we're going to be digging into the data to see if we can measure a difference in usage. But I think Joey made a really good point in his presentation earlier on, which is that determining the baseline baseline for the load is really important to be able to see that difference. And, we are airing this for all of our customers across our entire customer base. So measuring the difference will be a bit more challenging than it would be by being able to dig into data for specific customers who are participating in another program. But we absolutely are intending to look at the data and see if we can measure results.
You could probably do a limited poll or something.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Director Haroff.
Thanks, Tom. Just on the viability of the advertising campaign. Obviously, we need to get data. I agree with that entirely. And the more we can get to show that it's successful, the better. At the same time, we are in a competitive situation. So as I said before, I watch cable news a little bit, and I'm always glad when I see our MCE ads come on the screen. Shortly after I see an MCE ad come on the screen, I see a PG&E ad come on the screen, and they're also very well produced. So while we're compiling the data, I think it's important for us to remember that we're in a very competitive situation with PG&E. And the more we can do to reinforce our capacity to expand our media outreach in light of what we are facing with our, frankly, competitors or competitor, the better, because we have to stand up and create the impression within our community that we are the principal provider of electrical resources within our 4-county service area, not PG&E. So again, that's more of a gut reaction to it all. Let's get the data. I agree with that, but we have to stand up in a competitive way to where we are. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else on this particular topic? So are we concluded with item 9, Dawn, staff?
Yeah, we have wrapped up item 9, and it's been great to get so much feedback on this item and throughout the day. I do want to leave us with some excitement and anticipation regarding the results that we're hoping to see in the next couple of months to understand better how our load shifting efforts went during this most recent heat event. I think that all of our load shifting programs have evolved, as you've seen, over the last 7 years or so, and we're always trying to fine tune and learn from what works and what doesn't work to improve. And all of these efforts are going to have a big impact on our needs to purchase resource adequacy and power supply, particularly in the evening hours. So it's all very connected to the presentation earlier on the state of the market. Definitely trying to address the evening need through a lot of different methods. I do want to make one comment in response to a suggestion about using these load shifting programs for resource adequacy. We actually are able to do that to some degree, and we're hoping to increase our ability to do that. One thing that's worth mentioning is that our resource adequacy obligations are established based on our peak load, at the peak time of the year, which is, typically in a hot evening in the middle of September is most likely when our peak is going to happen. If we can reduce our peak, we can reduce our resource adequacy obligations. So it has it takes a year for, the new peak to take effect in our procurement, but it does have a real impact on reducing that burden. So everything that we can do will automatically have a positive impact. And we are able to purchase some resource adequacy products that are tied to actual load shifting programs. So we're growing that side of the business as well. But before we wrap up and let everyone go, I wanted to see if Joey or Jamie have anything else that you want to add in response to the discussion.
I don't. Thank you for asking.
I had a question. Can I get Bruce to come out and program my car for me? I've got a new EV, and the directions for programming charging time is about 30 pages out of a 1,200-page manual. So maybe we could set up a kiosk for
If you haven't signed up for
dumb
MCE
people
Sync
like me to
yet,
just drive in and have somebody program our car for us.
That is an interesting point. I would say I've spent over an hour sitting in my car trying to figure it out on 3 different cars now, 2 of which we still have. I'd be happy to, but yeah, that's a great point that it's not as easy. And again, I go back to, it's just an idea that came up in my mind just now, that maybe we could get the what would you call them, the dealerships to pre-program the cars.
Okay, well, I'll send you an email and we'll rendezvous somewhere, and you can.
Well, let's do that.
My car for me.
Hey,
Kevin?
and I want to make sure y'all are aware that signing up for our MCEV Sync program will automatically make your car charge at the best time. So signing up for that program might be even easier than trying to decipher your car manual. So we'll make sure that all board members get a link to sign up for that program following this meeting today. Unless, Jamie, is there anything else you wanted to add on that?
no, I was going to say the same thing. It looks like Joey might have something.
Just wanted to add 2 quick comments on managed EV charging. And I think one thing we need to be careful about in shifting load with EV charging is just ensuring that it doesn't land in the carbon intensive middle of the night hours. And so the ability to shift load into the midday is really what we want, but that can be difficult with at-home charging. So it's definitely an important goal for grid reliability to get that load out of the 4 to 9 p.m. timeframe, but it may not be optimal from an emissions perspective to move it later.
Yeah.
Okay, Kevin, you got a hand up.
Oh yeah, just real quick. Tom, since you took advantage of the opportunity to say something personal about your challenges with your car, I have challenges with thermostats. So I bought a Nest thermostat to hook up to my house and found, to my chagrin, that it wouldn't work because I have a Carrier HVAC system at my house, which uses proprietary technology with different wires. And if there's any way that somebody can help me figure out a way that I can put a smart thermostat on my house, given that challenge, I would appreciate the suggestion.
We'll send Bruce out.
Bruce could be helpful, I would imagine.
Okay, I don't know if we're actually into our final item 10, board and staff matters. Sounds like we've sort of transitioned into that, right?
Yeah.
So let's move ahead with that. Does anybody have any other questions, observations, comments? Director Meisner, go ahead.
Thank you. So I was thinking about our prior discussion about how to get outreach to our community. And I was hoping, I realized what I would like to see, if it's possible, to just sort of some statistics for our city and other cities, what kind of outreach has happened and how many people have signed up. That might be, in sort of in an Excel spreadsheet or something like that. That might be really helpful just to kind of figure out where we are and where we need to go. I would love to see something like that. Thanks.
Okay, Darlene.
Before we adjourn, Chair, I wanted to let everyone know that you should have in your email boxes, oh, Brad's shaking his head, so he has already received it, the link to all of the presentations from today's board retreat.
Great, thank you. Director Murphy. Oh, I'm sorry. Director Murphy, go ahead.
Sure, thank you. First of all, thank you for a wonderful retreat. This was great. I feel like I learned a bunch today. So thanks again for all the staff and folks who participated in discussion. I wanted to amplify a Tuesday event that we're having in the city of Pinole that I would invite my colleagues to if you don't have council meetings, because I know a lot of us do. And usually it seems that folks have a national night out in in August. Most cities do. Pinole, we're a little different in a good way. We get to spend national night out at different cities and kind of understanding how people do theirs. And we've moved our national night out to October. And so on Tuesday night, we'll be having national night out 6 to 8 at Fernandez Park in the city of Pinole. And our youth center is changing into a, oh darn it, I can't forget the name, a haunted house. And so if you want to bring your kids and you want to bring your children and you don't have council meeting, I know unfortunately many of us do, please come out to the city of Pinole. It'd be great to meet people in person. I'll be around. So if you do, send me a quick email. But and I hope we also have a lot of community groups out there. So we'll have Rotary and Kiwanis and Lions. And I don't know, I think MCE is going to be there too, because you all usually are part of our national night out, to my understanding. So I will confirm that, but if you can, that would be great and would be good to see folks. So just wanted to invite you all out.
Great.
Chair.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, I think you're on mute.
Got it now. So
There we go.
we had Drive Electric Week in the city of Richmond, and I guess it was yesterday. We had a big display of electric vehicles, and MCE had a booth there, and we inaugurated our new electric car share program. So it joins our electric ride share program and our electric bike share program. So we've been lucky to get funding for all three, and they're all off and running. And I just want to say again what a great meeting this was today. Lots of great information, well presented, a lot of great questions, a lot of great suggestions. I would rate this as a real success, and thank you, Dawn and staff, for organizing it and putting it on. So anyone else, last chance? Going once, going twice? Okay, enjoy the rest of your day and save energy.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you all.
Have a great day.
I'll take a nap.
You do that.